Hi, welcome to Wikimania 2022, the session on writing women into wiki history experiences and best practices. I'm Andrew Lee, and we will be talking about the efforts in the past year to increase the representation of women in Wikimedia projects through three different types of efforts. One is through a GLAM institution at the Smithsonian, one is through the Wiki Women in Red initiative, and one is with Wikidata, an affiliate that works in Italian. So first I want to hand it off to Effie Capsalis from the Smithsonian.
Hello, everyone. I am really pleased to be able to share this with you despite the technical problems we had. I am the digital strategist for the upcoming Smithsonian American Women's History Museum. This effort started off as the American Women's History Initiative, but in about a decade, we're going to have a building for people to come to as well. But we have a virtual museum to build right now. And some of the really critical issues that I'm facing are finding women across our 21 museums, our interdisciplinary libraries, and our archives. One of the first reports that we received when Congress approved for this initiative to move forward examined US K-12 education standards. And there is a woman problem there. This report went into detail examining state standards across the US and found that because of the way we frame history, women's stories are completely absent. We focus on wars, we focus on politics, and guess what? Women haven't been there for many years, even though they have been there and they have been contributing. They're just not in the official record. So this is really critical for women of color. White women are there, but right now in these state standards, there are 0 women from Asian Pacific Islander identity backgrounds. There are reasons, real reasons, and there are people in our sector who are really trying hard to address this, but we don't have the resources to enhance our data. We just don't. So the Smithsonian was founded in 1846. What was notable to be collected has changed drastically throughout that history. We've also had no female leader of the Smithsonian in its entire history. We have the first African-American man, Lonnie Bunch, who's leading our organization and doing an incredible job. But when there are women at the head of organizations, they do the work and align the priorities with trying to make conditions better for women who work in the institution to have the say in what is prioritized. The Smithsonian collections in and of themselves are not structured to find women out of our 55 million collection items, which I think is the latest number, but don't quote me on that. You know, we can't digitize everything. It's an endless task, and nor can we create data for everything. We're actually kind of behind because that's the hard part of digitization. And finally, we don't have metadata standards for gender. They just don't exist. However, these are being modeled elsewhere in linked open data, and we can start to do that through Wikidata. Let's do that. So I'm just going to tell you overall, my mission, I'm in the Office of Digital Transformation now, is to transform an old institution to be more digitally relevant. My stated mandate is to be in every classroom and household to help people navigate all the challenges we're facing, which we're contributing to the technical issues we have today. The American Women's History Initiative mission is that in order to create a more just and equitable American society, where the role of women in history is well known, accurate, acknowledged, and empowering for citizens. And this is a hard task to do in an old institution, of which there are many old cultural institutions in the world. So some of the work we're going to be doing is to try and bring together the efforts of the cultural sector. And I am so thrilled there are other people doing this incredible work, Rosie and Camelia, and that Andrew Lee and Kelly Doyle are helping us at the Smithsonian to do this.
Great, thanks, Effie. Great scene setting there. As Effie said, Kelly Doyle is the Open Knowledge Coordinator at the Smithsonian and has worked with the Wiki community for many years. I am the Wikimedian at large at the Smithsonian, and during the time that we've been working, we have been very lucky to work with efforts such as those done by Rosie Stevenson Goodnight, that you'll hear about later, about moving the needle to actually going from 15 to 19% roughly on the number of women's biographies in English Wikipedia. On our side, we've been trying to contribute digital assets and editathons and the expertise of curators and researchers at the Smithsonian to increase this number. So since 2019, we've added more than 480,000 words about American women to the collections on Wikipedia through editathons and other efforts. And the images that the American Women's History Initiative has helped upload and contribute to the Wikimedia project, especially Commons, has more than 25 million views. And what I think is more astonishing is that we now have a summer internship where we have dedicated wiki interns at the Smithsonian, and we train them. This has been kind of a dream of ours, is to actually train interns at the beginning of the summer on Wikipedia, editing, Wikidata, Commons, all these things, and having very productive wiki contributions throughout the summer. So we've been very successful in that. And even the interns that are not wiki specific, we're giving basic wiki training to appreciate how Wikipedia helps further the mission of the Smithsonian in disseminating digital content. And these are just a sample of the images that we have with uploaded to Commons and have put into the ecosystem of the Wikimedia projects there. And then finally, one of the things that we are working hard on is creating lists to help identify gaps in the coverage of women scientists, especially through a project called the Funk List. And this is something that Effie's been instrumental in helping us further in creating a specific staff position for working with these women scientist lists. So I thought I'd hand it over to Camelia, talk about some of the efforts that you have in Italian language. Camelia.
Yes, thank you, Andrew. So I'm Camelia Bovan. I'm the co-founder of the affiliate Wikidata user group. And on August 4 in 2016, I created the project Wikidata in Italian Wikipedia, which was almost a need because in that moment the female biographies were at 14% of all biographies. So we started by creating female biographies, being active during the discussions on the deleting procedures, and talking about creation of women categories by profession. We are working on almost most of all on Wikipedia, where we wrote about women, LGBT plus communities, different able personalities, para-athletes, emarginate people and communities. And we are also organizing extracurricular projects in schools and courses for professors. We are also the local organizer of campaigns, international campaigns like Art and Feminism, Wikigap, Wikilove Folklore, CE Woman, and other, but also we ideated new campaigns like Inter-Wiki Women Collaboration, which is a recurring event since Wikimedia 2017. In Montreal that runs these days because it's started during the Wikimania and is connected to Wikimania. So please join the campaign. We also ideated Wikilove Fashion, Wikilove Sports, and Women in Climate Change. We are also active in Wikiquote, Wikibooks, Commons, Wikidata, and OpenStreetMap. In Wikibooks, we started a series called Profili di Donne, which means women profiles from some part of Italy, and Lucania, Veneto, Puglia, and so on. And we are collaborating with school for all of those biographies that are notable but only locally, so it cannot be written in Wikipedia. We always wrote female biographies in Wikiquote, but with the collaboration of Wikimania in Red for the She Said campaign, we increased impressively the amount of articles written in Wikiquote. We arrived the last year to near 1,000 of articles, new articles, or increased in 2 months, which was the best result of this campaign. We gave good, wonderful support, I can say, by illustrating the times we are living in. We helped to upload and release with Creative Commons licenses many featured COVID images in Commons, and 3 of them were on the top 5 of the picture of the year in 2020. We are organizing urban trekkings on the footsteps of notable female personalities, and we started a collaboration with the Cosmopolitan group, which is a female mappers on OpenStreetMap, to map together centers that are fighting the female genital mutilation in Africa. What I want to say that we are present in all the social channel platforms from Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, Pinterest, Telegram, Slack, even TikTok and Twitch, which hoping to increase the interest, because this is one of the problems we have. Participation is one of the problems maybe many of the communities have. So being present and do the things. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. Rosie, thought maybe you could talk to us about Women in Red.
Oh, thanks so very much for that, Andrew and Camelia and Effie. So I'd like to say a big welcome to the people who are listening to our presentation. And I would like to introduce you, if you don't know about us, a community called Women in Red. I'm one of the co-founders of that. Women in Red is a community of editors of all genders. We live around the world, and we focus on reducing systemic representation bias in the Wiki movement. Women in Red was established in 2015, 7 years ago, at Wikimania, Mexico City. So for us, this is our anniversary. It's a holiday. Our community strives to increase the representation of women on Wikipedia and elsewhere. And this includes new women's biographies, but also articles about women's works, such as the paintings they painted, the sculptures they sculpted, the schools they founded, the conferences they convened. This also includes new articles about women's issues. Think things like women's health, women's suffrage, and so forth. What led us to establishing this community is that we read an academic paper published in December 2014 that was the first time that we saw a statistic, and that was this, that in October 2014, based on a DBpedia dump, only 15.53% of English Wikipedia's biographies were about women. Not impressive. But now, thanks to the efforts of the global community, as of August 2022, the percentage is up to 19.3%. What that means roughly is that out of the 1,897,000 plus biographies on English Wikipedia, about 366,000 of them are about women. Since we began our work around the world, more than 189,000 new articles have been created by people just like you and me, and your next door neighbor and my next door neighbor. I've been talking about English Wikipedia, but Women in Red exists in 31 other language Wikipedias, each with the same mission, each carrying its own statistics or metrics on how it evaluates its improving of the women's representation on Wikipedia. We coordinate our work on our talk page, where more than 27,000 general forum comments have been made by more than 1,000 unique editors, maybe you. On Wiki, the Women in Red main page has had more than 18,000 page views in the last 30 days alone. Our talk page has had more than 3,000 page views in the last 30 days alone. Women in Red is a harassment-free zone on Wikipedia, and you're welcome to drop by and chat about women's representation on Wikipedia. Women in Red facilitates about 5 events each month. Each event is at least a month long, but some last a few months and others for a year or even longer. Most of our events are online and without a partner institution. It's people participating anywhere and everywhere in the world, day or night. Women in climate, Pride women, women in STEM, women in the ancient world, women in sports, Black History Month women, Indigenous women, and so forth. We have events that someone somewhere would like to participate in. And again, we hope that that might be you. We do enjoy working with partner institutions. Our current collaboration with CARE International is a big hit. Content gender gap goes beyond quantity of articles, but also to the systemic asymmetry in the way that 3 dimensions of analysis favor one gender over the other. That would be metadata, language, and network structure. In this regard, Women in Red offers a series of essays aimed at editors who are new to writing about women's representation. Our essays are based on our experience and also learnings from the research conducted by others. But how do we know who's missing from Wikipedia? Every community has its own practices, and when we work with a partner, the partner helps by providing more and more new names, women who are notable but missing. At Women in Red, we capture those names by creating what we call red lists. These are lists of red-linked women, meaning they don't have an article on Wikipedia. We have more than 800 of these lists. Some are generated by bot using Wikidata. Others are crowdsourced. Others come from biographical dictionaries or based on authority control numbers, or from websites, such as those websites that focus on award winners. Women in Red is also a Wikimedia Commons community. Every year, our members upload thousands of images of women, their signatures, their marks, their works to Wikimedia Commons. And then these images can be added to Wikipedia articles. This is a significant part of our work. And to some extent, different people focus on uploading images versus writing Wikipedia articles. In 2022, our members have uploaded to Wikimedia Commons more than 6,000 images regarding women and their works. Just like different people like to edit Wikipedia or upload images to Wikimedia Commons or do Wikidata work, some Women in Red people prefer focusing on promotion of our work. And by that I mean mostly social media. Our heaviest use platform is Twitter, where we've made more than 29,000 tweets and have more than 11,000 followers. I think some people are reading Wikipedia just by scanning our tweets about the biographies we've created and then maybe clicking a link or two, maybe. Women in Red also has a significant presence on Pinterest, as well as Instagram and Facebook. So far, we're not on TikTok or Snapchat, And at some point, we probably will, because that's how some people are accessing information. There's also a case for accessing content via virtual assistants like Siri and Alexa. So what we're trying to do is reach people in the places where they want to hang out in order for them to learn more about women in Wikipedia. Did you know that 24% of Wikipedia readers identify as women, according to Wikimedia Foundation research characterizing Wikipedia research behavior, demographics, and Wikipedia use cases? This was based on a 2019 study on English Wikipedia, where 70% of the respondents were under the age of 30 and 76% of the readers identified as men. Few women readers, few women editors, not so much representation of women in the content on Wikipedia. Where do we go from here? We need you. We need you to come and join us in this work. And with that, we say thank you. Thank you to all of you who are viewing this and learning a little bit more about the work we're doing, writing women into wiki history, experiences, and best practices. We've covered a lot. Hope you've learned something. Feel free to reach out to any of us to learn a little bit more. Thank you so much again for your time.
Thank you, Rosie, and thank you, everyone. We have a few minutes for some discussion around the content, and it looks like we have some very similar themes. Camelia, maybe I can ask you first. What you said, you started with 14% roughly for women's biographies in Wikidata, right? Did you imagine we could make it to where we are now? And also for Rosie, when we get to you, went from 15% to 19%. What is your reflection on where we are now and what we have to do ahead of us?
So, Andrew, we started with 14%. We are now around 16 and 5%, something like this, which seems not so much, because it's only 2% of moving. But if you think in Italian Wikipedia, we have 1,008,000 articles, and I don't know really specifically how many biographies. There are a lot. If you think for for Women in Red, they moved 5 points, but Wikipedia in English has 8 million articles, 8 million and much more. So Rosie talked about 3,000 and something of biographies written during these years, which is a lot. Which is a lot, thinking that we usually have, let's say, 10 people who participate in our events, or if we are doing the contest and we can, I don't know, engage other people, let's say maximum 20, 30 people during an event. It's a lot of work behind. It's not easy. So it's not so, it's not a few as can be seen from outside.
Right, that's a great point. And how about you, Rosie? When you see the 19% number in 2022, looking back up to the beginnings of the project, what are your thoughts?
Well, I'm grateful to see that we've done what we wanted to do, which is move the needle. You know, when we started out, we never set a goal. We never said 20%, 25, 33, 49, 50, 51. There is no end goal. The goal is just to improve upon the numbers that we started with, which first number we ever saw was something like 14.5, 15.5%. And we knew that there were more notable women than that. We knew that there could be an increase if we just devote ourselves to it. You know, we're not the first to kind of start this kind of work. Preceding Women in Red, there were other wiki projects, Wiki Project Women Scientists, Wiki Project Women Artists, Wiki Project Women Writers, Wiki Project Women's History. These all preceded us, but they all had very finite scopes that focused on artists or scientists or writers. Women in Red focuses on any woman of any time period, anywhere in the world. If she's notable, she's missing this article. Let's write it in any language that you feel comfortable writing in, which means we also do a lot of translations in all different languages, English to Italian, Italian to English, and so forth. So I think we've accomplished what we set out to do, which was improvement, but the job isn't done. We can improve more. So looking forward to how this conversation will go at next Wikimania, when hopefully there will be even more articles that we can talk about.
In some way, these projects are connected with Wikimania, because also Wikidata started a month after Wikimania, because I saw your talk during Wikimania in Esinolario. So Wikimania gave starting points to these kind of projects.
Yeah, I think it definitely shows the value of these face-to-face meetups to spark these types of things. Effie, what are your thoughts?
I just, you know, am noting the commonality in our shared experiences. I was inspired by Wiki Women in Red. I started working with the Wikimedia DC chapter, and I'm lucky because in the US, we don't have a lot of localized chapters, but they approached the Smithsonian, Library of Congress, National Archives, so the big US ones, to try and get us to work with them. And, you know, I jumped on board because I knew that we're public institutions that need to share our resources. They are for the public good of the United States. So that's why we adopted Smithsonian Open Access. But when I released Smithsonian Open Access right before the pandemic, I knew the vast gaps in representation for people from American Indian communities, for people from Black American communities, for Latino American and women's history. These are two new museums, Latino American and American women history. And we have 55 million collections, and we can't find the women. So I work at the largest museum and education complex, which has relatively better resources than other institutions. Now, that doesn't mean that we have the resources currently to do that, but I think we can make a compelling funding case for starting to figure out the infrastructure that we need to share our things more at scale. And that is exactly why we brought Andrew for Smithsonian Open Access, and why I need partners like the ones in the room, because it's not a Smithsonian only problem. We've got to work across so many data sets to pull out women. We also have to address the tools that sideline women. We use artificial intelligence and data science at the Smithsonian to describe collections because we don't have the manpower or the woman power. Actually, it's more women power in this case. We have more women doing this work that's less paid than a lot of other roles. So how do we help them? How do we help them keep up with the backlog, but also do the work they really are skilled at to develop these standards that would help these communities be more seen in our cultural heritage? These are people's memories. People need to see themselves in cultural heritage. If we don't do that, we're causing harm. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, that's a great point, Effie, and something that I think we sensed, but maybe we only got numbers about recently, is we saw that the readership of Wikipedia also has a gender imbalance, right, Rosie? And that was kind of astonishing, at least to me. We kind of assume that, oh, everyone uses Wikipedia and we all kind of find it useful, but we need to increase the number of women's biographies or participation. When you start to look at the readership numbers, it's also askew, much more male than female. And that's worrying because that means that we're not finding content that's resonating with women, perhaps in Wikipedia as well. What are your thoughts on that, Rosie, when you saw that readership number?
I was surprised, I have to say. I was surprised. I thought that number would be balanced, which just goes to show that if you don't have access to this kind of information, you really don't know. But once you do, you should share that, should let people know. The only question I really have about that, though, is that, are women accessing Wikipedia in different ways? And by that, I mean, just like I said, if you write on a social media platform, let's say Twitter or Instagram, you put a photo of a woman and you put a little bit about a Wikipedia article, does that count? I think it does, because I'm one who's very inclusive. Does that mean you're reading Wikipedia? You're reading about a woman who's on Wikipedia if you only read a little short blurb about her on Twitter or Instagram, or we've got people who are making TikTok videos about some of our Wikipedia pages, all different kinds of pages. And all of that, in my opinion, counts. You're just accessing Wikipedia in a different kind of way. And maybe you don't have the whole story, but maybe you come back later and follow a link. I don't have all the answers to that. I don't think anyone does. But I think it's worth exploring, and I think it's worth learning a little bit more. How about if you use Siri or Alexa and you ask a question and it replies with an answer directly from Wikipedia? Is that that's a different form of consumption than reading, but does it count? I think so.
Right. And then it's interesting. We have this session called Writing Women into Wiki History, but we're also talking about a whole range of other things, as you said, with Pinterest, with images, with Wikidata and voice assistants. So maybe next year's session will be about the broad range of impact beyond just writing, because we're just getting started with this impact. Camelia, one last thought.
Yeah, even for me, it's surprising, because what I see around me, it's a lot of interest. For women biographies, and people ask me and say me, look, this article is missing, this biography is missing in Italian. We have in English, we have in French, but we have not in Italian. Or even they said, look, this article is not well written, as on the lead section is written that was the wife of some man. Is not notable because she's the wife of that man. So a lot of times I go to change this leading section, and right now we have a discussion on Italian Wikipedia about this. A man which started the discussion saying it's time to finish this way to write female biographies, which was great, because let's remember what Rosie said. We are not addressing women. We are addressing everybody, because women history is not only about history of women. It's about the history of the world. So it's something that it's up to us, and it's important for all.
I just want to add one quick thing, because you reminded me of something, Camelia. Why are more women not writing on Wikipedia? My guess, because I've had a young child. Andrew and I have kids the same age during the pandemic. I don't have enough time to do this in the evenings, because guess what? All the stuff that's been waiting during the day is there. So it's not easy as women to do this. We don't have the side time, because unfortunately, we're still holding a lot of the household duties. So we can make these spaces very friendly, and I so appreciate all the work that all of us do for that, like real hard work to do that. But women don't have the time. That's studied and researched. There are stats on this. So that's part of the issue. It's systemic. We certainly can make it easier for people, and we're going to keep trying to do that.
Great. Well, thanks so much for the rich conversation, and we hope folks will get involved and take a look at Wiki Women in Red, Wikidata, and the efforts that we have out there. So thanks again for listening, and feel free to get in touch with any of us. Take care.
Hello. Welcome to my session on Ninai and Utliron, tools to generate abstract Wikipedia-like text using Wikidata items and Lexemes. My name is Mahir Morshed. I go by user Mahir256 on Wiki. I'm a graduate student in electrical and computer engineering at the University of Illinois, and I'm an administrator on Wikidata and the Bengali Wikisource. In the last couple of years, since the abstract Wikipedia and Wikifunctions projects were announced, I've been interested in getting lexicographical data ready for text generation purposes. Some of you may have seen me at previous events discussing matters which have some relation to that. Well, today I want to discuss the sorts of tasks and planning that I have found necessary to get your language to the point where text can be generated for it, starting with work on Wikidata items and Lexemes, then on to abstract constructors and concrete renderers, and finally putting these all together. Before we do so, however, it may be worth briefly overviewing Wikidata items and Lexemes. So what are Wikidata items? In short, Wikidata items are essentially structured, multilingual, linked, and machine-readable pages about different concepts. All sorts of stuff, from people and places to things and ideas alike, can have Wikidata items. Information about these concepts is stored in the form of individual statements, which basically represent individual facts that we can separately add qualifications and citations to. The items themselves also have human-readable names, brief descriptions, and possible alternate names that can be translated into your language. And many of them also link out to various other Wikimedia projects. It's possible to get information out of all of these items using the Wikidata query service. And there are any number of outside projects that use Wikidata's data every day. No matter what language you do speak, it's important that Wikidata items be modeled consistently well so that we can get information out of it properly. Now, what are Lexemes? Whereas items represent different language-independent concepts, Lexemes represent words and other linguistic units used in a single language, from nouns and verbs to entire phrases and everything in between. Each lexeme includes not only information about the language it is a part of and its grammatical category, whether it's an adjective, an adverb, or something else, it also has individual forms listed for those words, which change depending on how and where they are used. And individual senses representing different meanings that a lexeme might signify when used. Lexemes, forms, and senses all have statements just like items, so that information about words, phrases, and their parts can be similarly qualified and sourced. The senses on a lexeme in particular, and the statements on those senses which link out to items and other senses, are critical for ensuring that abstract Wikipedia can discuss different concepts in appropriate ways. This brings us now to the abstract Wikipedia. In general, its aim is to make information accessible in more languages by essentially putting article information into an abstract, language-independent, machine-readable form, sort of like a Wikidata item with the potential to represent more complex ideas, and then having software turn this abstract information into text in any given language. Both the information and the text generation software is still meant to be provided and maintained by a community. In the case of the software, possibly hosted in the Wikifunctions project. But ultimately, the idea is to ensure that anyone in any language can work on the abstract article information, while those interested in text generation in their own language can separately work on aspects related to it. Now, there are two types of objects that are important for the rest of this presentation, besides items and lexemes, of course: constructors and renderers. So what is a constructor? Well, a constructor represents an abstract unit of meaning. This unit can be an entire sentence with multiple parts to be filled in, a type of phrase with a single slot, or a singleton for some concept that modifies other constructors. The machine-readable articles of abstract Wikipedia are ultimately planned to consist of constructors used in different ways. These constructors may also reside in Wikifunctions. It is possible that one constructor may be made to correspond to an entire sentence of an article. But the kinds of constructors that will be needed is best left to community decision once the project itself launches. Nothing stops us, however, from attempting to model potential constructors to handle different types of information in advance of the launch of the project. So what are renderers then? Well, renderers, on the other hand, take the constructors in an abstract article, transform the filled-in parts into pieces of text, and put those pieces of text together into coherent parts. In general, for a constructor to be turned into text in a given language, a renderer for that constructor language pair needs to exist. These are ideally functions, hosted in the Wikifunctions project, that can be called on when needed by the abstract Wikipedia. Most of these will likely involve exploring relationships among Wikidata items and lexemes to find the right lexemes to use, and perhaps configure them so that they fit naturally in the overall result. Like constructors, the renderers that will be needed are best provided by a language community, though nothing stops us from attempting to provide some of these now. So you've heard about Wikidata, you've heard about abstract Wikipedia. What are Ninai and Udiron? Well, Ninai and Udiron are names that I have given to the two parts of a text generation system that I have been intermittently working on since last August. Ninai is able to take a custom representation of constructors and search for the right Wikidata items and lexemes for different concepts. And Udiron provides functionality to build up sentences piece by piece, using the lexemes it retrieves from Wikidata. I began writing these then because I wanted to make discussions of abstract Wikipedia much less nebulous and much more concrete than they were before. My hope was that having some sort of Wikidata-powered text generation system out there, no matter how much in flux it was, would not only as a proof of concept motivate people to improve lexemes and items for their own languages, but also would enrich the kinds of ideas that might be entertained when people talk about the as-yet-unlaunched project. Of course, whether I have succeeded in this change in discussion tone remains to be seen. The software itself is currently written in Python, but this is because, of course, Wikifunctions and the abstract Wikipedia do not exist yet. Aside from this, Python is one of the languages that a function in Wikifunctions can be written in, and the structure in Ninai and Udiron is intended to make transplanting it to Wikifunctions as easy as possible, respecting the technical limitations that have been brought up when it comes to that platform. There's still a lot to be done, and the source code is out there for those who want to try using and expanding it. Most of the work I have done with Ninai and Udiron concerns Bengali, German, and Swedish, with a few digressions into other languages. But the rest of this presentation involves going through the process for adding support to Ninai and Udiron for a single new language. This single new language will be Dagbani. I do want to emphasize a few things before we begin, though. First of all, the steps needed for each language are most likely going to differ considerably between languages. The decisions made for Dagbani support may not necessarily work for Igbo or Hausa or Chi or indeed any other language. Second of all, while it is possible to model things one way early on just to get something working, as I'm doing right now, It is important to refine the model soon enough to ensure that it can handle whatever new linguistic features and details need to be handled later. Third of all, it is entirely likely that the resources I'm using for this demonstration inadequately describe certain features of Dagbani, and some modeling decisions that I, as a non-speaker, have made with them may well need to be undone or adjusted by Dagbani speakers or others better acquainted with this language than myself. With these disclaimers out of the way, let's begin. We should first start by considering precisely what statements we want to make with this system. In the interest of time, and to ensure that this demonstration doesn't get bogged down in too much detail, let's just make some simple assertions about the kinds of things different people and animals consume. Someone drinking water, a speaker eating a yam, sheep drinking a lot of water, and a monkey eating a banana. When turning these into abstract sentences, it is important to be able to break down their components and identify the relationships between them. Consider the sentence about monkeys and bananas. The sentence is at its core about eating, with someone doing the eating and something being eaten. Usually these two participants, by themselves, are not saying anything about themselves when they are uttered alone. They can, however, be linked by an action, the action, to say something about both of them. One can argue that applying the action of eating to the two participants yields a meaningful statement about them at a given point in time. In a way, it's almost like to eat is a function, in this case a constructor, which takes two participants and produces a statement. In Ninai, the actual activity to eat is split out into its own input to a more general constructor action, alongside the two participants, for reasons which will become clear later. We can transform the other three sentences to use constructors in a very similar way. Some of their components can themselves be broken down and reanalyzed into function-like formulations. In the sheep-water sentence, the relationship between much and water can be considered applying a general attribute to a noun, hence the attribution constructor. And the position in space of the sheep is in closer proximity to the speaker, hence the proximal constructor. Remember how wiki functions can host various things to be used by abstract Wikipedia? This formulation of constructors as functions taking arguments is precisely inspired by the kinds of objects Wikifunctions is designed to hold. Now, if you are planning to generate exactly these sentences in your own language, you most likely will not need to repeat the process I just went through. It is entirely possible that the abstract representations of the relationships I described would be the result if I started with other languages. What follows, however, is important for every language to do, possibly separately. This is where Wikidata comes into play. The first thing we need to do is create lexemes for the words in those sentences. Or rather, we should check first whether these lexemes already exist, searching for them by going to the search bar and prefixing L:, to the lexemes we have in mind, and then expanding or fixing the ones that do exist if it's necessary to do so. Remember, we need to create only those lexemes which are actually missing. For the purposes of this demonstration, however, we will pretend that none of the lexemes we need exist, so we should create them all. Let's begin with the monkey-banana sentence. We will need at least 3 lexemes here, the 2 nouns for monkey and banana, and the 1 verb for to eat. In each case, we can go to create a new lexeme by clicking Create a new lexeme in the sidebar. There we need to specify the word in question, the language of that word, Dagbani in all 3 cases, and the lexical category of each word, noun or verb, as the case may be. Once we have specified each of these things, we can move on to adding some critical parts of these lexemes. The most important of these critical parts are those that tell people what each word can mean. These are the senses. Without senses, and without an external source that might provide any meanings, a lexeme is effectively meaningless. Without senses, and without an external source that might provide any meanings, a lexeme is effectively meaningless. Let's add some to the lexemes we made. We can add a sense by clicking Add Sense and filling in a description in at least one language. We know that this one means monkey in English, and we might say that it means monkey in each of these other languages. A Dagbani speaker, rather than just repeat the word, should come by and add an explanation in Dagbani of what a monkey is to this sense. We can do the same thing with these other lexemes. Once we have added meanings to these lexemes, we should add at least one form to each of these lexemes. While the lemma is important for identifying a word, in many languages the lemma is not directly used in a sentence. Some transformation of it is used instead. In Dagbani, this is true of nouns, which have both a singular and plural form, which lend themselves to classification, and it is also true of verbs. But both of these discussions are a bit too long for this demonstration. For now, we can add the base form of the verb as a form by clicking Add Form, filling in the base form, and then saving it. On nouns, we can click Add Form, fill in the singular form, and add the grammatical feature singular to that form. Then we can do likewise with the plural form. We've added a lot of information to each of these lexemes, but the power of text generation is only really realized once they are connected to other things on Wikidata, or rather, when their senses are connected to other such things. This way, for a given concept, if we start with a Wikidata item for that concept, or a Wikidata lexeme in another language for that same concept, we can follow a property trail all the way back to any other language's lexemes for that concept. There are a lot of properties for this, but there are two in particular that will be useful for us. The first of these specifies, for a particular lexeme sense, an associated item for this sense. It links a meaning of a lexeme, typically a noun, to the Wikidata item corresponding to that meaning. To add this to the sense on monkey, we click on Add Statement under the sense in question, and then type item for this sense in the box that appears, or P5137, which is the property ID for that property. We can then search for the Wikidata item for monkey, click it, and then save the statement. We now have our first link between this Dagbani lexeme and another entity on Wikidata. Since other lexemes in other languages with the meaning monkey can have exactly this type of link, this means there is now a link between this Dagbani lexeme and those other language lexemes. Let's do the same for banana, and then do the same for to eat. Note that for to eat, which is a verb and not a noun, we use a slightly different property predicate for, but the logic is pretty similar to item for this sense, so treating it separately will not be necessary here. The second of these properties is useful when there is not yet a Wikidata item corresponding to a particular meaning, so that item for this sense is not applicable. If there are multiple senses across languages with that meaning, it may be more feasible to just specify that one of those senses is a translation of the other. While we don't have to use it for any of these lexemes, given that there are already items for monkey, to eat, and banana, let's try linking to eat to the Igbo lexeme sense with that same meaning. For this, we copy the lexeme sense ID from that lexeme, add a translation statement, and paste that ID into the box that appears. Once we do the reverse operation on the Igbo lexeme, we have now established a link between those two. No Wikidata items required. Remember, if there is an appropriate Wikidata item you can link to, you do not need to add translation. I cannot emphasize that enough. On the verb to eat, there is one more property that you will need to add, and more on this property is shown in the link below, but we can move along to the actual act of forming sentences with renderers. Before going further into it, however, it is important to discuss briefly how we are forming sentences. In short, we consider sentences as formed through attaching their words together in a structured fashion, forming a sort of tree with a root at one word, in this case sleep, and branches to other words, namely the other words in the sentence. There is a project called Universal Dependencies, which has attempted to make trees like the one you see here for sentences in more than 100 languages, using the same types of connections in as consistent a fashion as possible. With respect to the Dagbani sentences, we can observe a few things about how they are structured. For example, in this diagram of the sheep water sentence, we see that the subject of the sentence, namely the sheep, precedes the verb, namely drink, in this sentence. It therefore is important that when a subject needs to be connected to a verb, we must attach it to the left of that verb. This can be specified as a method in Udiron by calling a function that takes a subject and a verb and performs exactly this attachment. Because lots of other languages link subjects and verbs in the same way, there was already a separate function made specifically to do that could be called upon. So we didn't need to re-specify everything ourselves. Just a brief reminder before going on, when you look at this code sample, wiki functions doesn't exist yet. Otherwise, it would be possible to turn each of these function and variable names into IDs, and thus make the entire source code translatable. While Ninai and Udiron are set up to be as easily transplantable to wiki functions as possible, the lack of source code translatability is just one thing I could not address. A similar sort of function can be written to deal with each of the other structural relationships in this sentence. Objects of a sentence, like water here, following the verb in the sentence can be handled with almost exactly the same sort of function that was used to deal with the subject-verb relationship. In this case, the object needs to be attached to the right of the verb. Adjective-noun relationships also use similar handling, as does the demonstrative-noun relationship. The handling of the suffix that appears with the verb in this sentence is a bit similar, but also a bit different because the function in question, which is called whenever a verb must be marked for the imperfective aspect, can be written to always use that suffix, rather than require a provided suffix, for reasons which I hope will be a bit clearer when we go into the parts of this system that actually interface with the meanings of words. These are the renderers. If we return to the original abstract sentences, and here I've fleshed out the sheep water sentence in sort of the way that Ninai expects it, there are two types of objects within them that need to be handled, the basic entities and the constructors. With respect to the basic entities, Ninai natively has functionality, given an item, like these four, or a Lexeme sentence, to search through Wikidata properties to find a Lexeme in a particular target language. We just don't have to do anything special here. Remember the item for this sense property and the translation property? Here is precisely why they are so important. This then leads to the constructors, each of which will have a corresponding renderer. By the time we need to render a constructor, we can assume that their inputs have separately been processed, either into words or into sequences of words. The main activity of the renderers for Dagbani will be to invoke one of the functions mentioned in the previous section, the ones that attach things to verbs or to nouns. The renderers for attribution and proximal in Dagbani are in fact as simple as that. The action renderer, however, given the potential generality of the action constructor, actually is split into multiple sub-renderers. One handles subjects, like the sheep, one handles objects, like the water, and one handles inflections, like the habitual inflection. These sub-renderers for Dagbani, luckily, are just as simple as the other renderers. It's actually possible to add custom functions that must be run at different points in the rendering process. For example, many constructors in different languages have functions that add end punctuation, such as periods, after rendering, if the constructor in question is the outermost. We can do the same with the action constructor, which is here the outermost, in Dagbani. We can now try rendering our abstract sentences. Because Ninai and Udiron are currently written in Python, we need to start a Python session first. Then we need to import a bunch of stuff. Then we need to type out one of our abstract sentences. Then we need to call a method render on that sentence, specifying that we want to render it into Dagbani, and voila! You have now seen the basics of how abstract Wikipedia-like text generation can work with Ninai and Udiron. There may have seemed like lots of aspects were presented at first, but just the functionality shown allows for the production of a whole lot of sentences just like the ones I showed. I'll admit that some things were discussed rather quickly, or had been gone past, but I believe that the rest you have seen is nevertheless reflective of the most important steps to take. It took lots of repetitions and trial and error in designing this system. And by the way, Ninai and Udiron are still living, continually developing pieces of software that I frequently consider expansions and revisions to. But I believe that this whole process is to ensure that the system, which may well power the abstract Wikipedia, remains both flexible and powerful for all languages. I hope from this demonstration you recognize some ways that you can help right now to make text generation in your language possible. Here is a recap of some of the most important things. First of all, create Lexemes. The words that you use in your language right now will definitely need Lexemes if they're going to be used in a text generation system like this one. Make sure to search for them before you create them. If they already exist, try to add more information to them, including and especially senses. A form or two might be nice. Link Lexemes senses to items. If getting the right word is key, then you need to be able to arrive at it from other possible entities on Wikidata. Since Wikidata items are language-neutral entities, linking Lexemes senses to Wikidata items via item for this sense, or predicate for, or demonym of, as the case may be, is perhaps the simplest way to ensure that the right Lexemes sense can be found. Link Lexemes senses to other Lexemes. Of course, not all Lexemes senses have corresponding items, and that's okay. We have properties like synonym, or translation, or antonym, or hyperonym, or pertanym, or probably something else I haven't heard of, to ensure that these senses can still be found when starting from other Lexemes. Think about how you put sentences together. Whenever you put a sentence together, no matter how simple or complex, there are usually some rules as to how parts of this are done. Try to formulate these rules. They could be entirely informal, or they could be based on linguistic expertise and research. Whatever the case, see how much you can capture in a sort of functional form. Think about how you express meanings. Similarly, when you come up with words to indicate a particular concept, there may be a number of different possibilities to arrive at equivalent expressions, or there may be a specific manner used all the time in your language for that concept. See if you can also come up with some methods for these. And with that, thank you so much for watching. You can find me both on Wiki and on a variety of platforms if you have questions about Wikidata-based text generation in general, and Ninai and Udiron in particular. Enjoy the rest of Wikimania!
Hi, Nat. I think there was a confusion with links there, but we're in the right place now.
Okay, so now we can start.
Yes, I'm just going to message production just to let them know that we're all good. How are you doing?
Okay, thank you.
Good. Give me 2 seconds. Okay, ready when you are if you want to start talking, and then they'll admit people and start joining the room.
Yeah, we are ready. And by that, I can already start talking? Or?
Yes, go for it.
Okay. So welcome everyone to the panel, Image Credits in Wikipedia. Can we do better? I'm going to shortly introduce the 4 speakers who are going to take part in the panel, and then every speaker would introduce a bit more if they want about themselves. So we are going to talk with Isaac, who started the whole conversation on Facebook, thanks to which we do have this session. Asaf Bartol, a long-time Wikipedian from Hebrew Wikipedia. Dominic, who is going to talk about his work also related to this issue problem with image crediting. And I am a Ukrainian Wikipedian and also an administrator on the Ukrainian Wikipedia. And I also share the concerns and the outline of the panel is we are going to present slides. We are going to talk about issues that we see, problems, also possible solutions, and talk about a pilot project that can be started as a result of this talk. And also we are going to take questions or discussion points if anyone from the audience would like to add something. With that, I'm going to give floor to Isaac.
Thank you very much, Nat, and good morning from Nigeria. So, thank you again for providing additional context on the fact that this whole discussion actually started from our Wikipedia Weekly Facebook page. And I'm really very excited to join this conversation today. But let me start by saying that most reusers of images from Wikipedia believe it's safe, and they do not have to worry about any risk of criminal liability or legal jeopardy. But in the real sense, images on Wikipedia are really free and safe for reusers. Yes, it is free and safe, provided the reuser can comply with the licensing conditions of the image. But imagine a scenario in which an academic or a company, for instance, reuse an image from Wikipedia and credit same to Wikipedia because they found the image on Wikipedia. And a week later, receive a letter from a lawyer that they have infringed on the copyright of the image they used from Wikipedia. The academic or company was told the image belongs to a Nigerian photographer called Ayokomi Oyeyemi, and asked the academic or company to pay damages and legal fee. So this is the kind of risk we are probably subjecting reusers of images in Wikipedia as to. So let's look at our current practice. The current practice on how we provide information for reusers. So our current practice provide the licensing information on external website, mostly Wikimedia Commons, with insertions of a clickable links to the original file that contains all the relevant information. And our current practice also assumes that reusers will click on the invisible links to find the image license. The question is, is our current practice really helpful enough for our users? Do they have sufficient information?
I need to.
Or is this current practice sufficient enough for our users to satisfy the licensing requirement of images they reuse on Wikipedia?
This is Alfego from production. 1 second.
So we just provide that link and tell them to click on it. We don't even provide information that they must click on links to find those information. So we just put that invisible link there. But that comes with its own problems. So we need to look at the common problems that are associated with the current practice. One of them is misattributions by reusers, or no attributions at all. Because most of the time when these reusers uses content from Wikipedia, they just credit it to Wikipedia.
Hey team, Isaac.
Because
Isaac,
they can't find.
Isaac, can you hear us? Isaac.
Sometimes they don't even provide attribution.
I can't hear.
That's a
Isaac, can you
problem.
please?
And
Isaac.
By extension, this put reusers at risk of criminal liability.
All right, I put him into the waiting room, and we are actually starting now.
Hey, Puddle, can you ask Miguel to come in?
Sorry, there was a discrepancy here. We are getting started now to have you join.
So we start only now from the beginning?
Yes, and then I'll add
Okay.
Isaac. 1 second, I'll let you know when. Apologies.
Okay.
Hello, can you hear me? It looks like the system locked me out. So.
1 second, Isaac. We are putting
yes.
you back
Isaac,
on.
we are still not ready. Can you hear us? Because you were not able to hear before. Isaac?
So I don't know. I'm not sure if I can continue. If you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay,
can
great.
you hear us? Can you hear us? Because you
Yes,
were unable
loud
to
and
hear
clear.
before. Okay, we
Thank you very much, Nat.
need to.
I was shut out of it.
Yes, we need. Can you hear us? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay,
I can hear you loud
we
and
need
clear.
to start. Yes, we need to start from the beginning. Sorry.
Wow.
Yeah, well, we tried to call you, but you didn't hear us for some reason. Okay, so good to go. Yes, thank you. So feels a bit like a deja vu. So
thank you very much. Nat.
I'll start again, and I'll tell you when you can again. Okay? Yeah.
All right.
Sorry, everyone in the room. Sorry. You'll have to do from the beginning again. So welcome everyone to the session, Image Credits in Wikipedia. Can we do better? We want to talk a bit about our own practices of attributing, not attributing, mentioning, using media images in Wikipedia articles. And this panel going to have 4 speakers. That's Isaac, Asaf Bartov, and Dominic, and myself. We all come from different Wikipedias, different projects, and we also have different backgrounds. But this panel, the topic of this panel is relevant for all of us. The idea of this talk started with the post by Isaac in Facebook, Wikipedia Weekly. And we are going to talk about our practices and about problems and possible ways to resolve them, and also ways to join a pilot project if anyone from the audience is interested in. And also, we are going to have a session with Q&As. You can also definitely post your questions in the chat, but we are going to take them along the way if you see them and they fit, or maybe later when we have the Q&A session. So with that, I'm going to give the floor to Isaac.
Thank you very much, Nat. I'm happy to be here, and thanks for providing the additional context that this conversation started on Wikipedia Weekly on Facebook. So I would like to say that most reusers of images from Wikipedia strongly believe it's safe, and they do not have to worry about any risk of criminal liability or jeopardy for using any of those contents from Wikipedia. But are images on Wikipedia actually free and safe for users? The answer is yes, it is free and safe, provided the reusers can comply with the licensing conditions of the image. And one of the most important and key requirements is that the copyright holder, which is the photographer in the case of photograph, must be credited. But imagine a scenario in which a business company or an academic institution will use an image from Wikipedia and credit the image to Wikipedia simply because they found the image on Wikipedia. And a few days later, receive a letter from a lawyer that they have infringed on the copyright of the image they reused from Wikipedia. And the lawyer claiming the image belongs to one Isaac Olatunde from Nigeria, a Nigerian photographer, and not Wikipedia, and demands, the academic institutions or the company to pay for damages and the legal fee. So this is probably a classic example of risk we are putting or subjecting the reusers of images from Wikipedia to. That they don't get reported on the media does not mean they don't happen. Some of these things happens almost all the time. But is our current practice really helpful enough for our users to satisfy this legal requirement? Let's review our current practice. Let's put it like this. Our current practice actually provide the licensing information on the external website, usually Wikimedia Commons, and insert almost invisible clickable links to the original files containing all relevant information. This same practice assumes that reusers will click on the invisible link to find the image license and every other information pertaining to that image. The question is this current practice sufficient enough? Is it helpful enough? Is it enough to guide reusers on how to reuse content from Wikipedia? It is not entirely bad to present it this way, but it also comes with its own problems. So let's look at some of the problems that are associated with this sort of guides. So one of the common problem is misattributions by reusers, or no attributions at all. So misattribution in the sense that many people who reuse content from Wikipedia will almost credit that content to Wikipedia itself, or provide no attributions at all, because they would definitely not see who the copyright holder is right from the page. And by extension, this puts these reusers at risk of criminal liability or legal jeopardy. And this has a serious implications on our project, on its credibility, reliability of, on its credibility and reliability of information on Wikipedia. But why should we even care about crediting copyright holder in Wikipedia? Why should it matter? Why should we spend volunteers' time trying to provide credit? First of all, it's a legal requirement that we must satisfy, and we must strive as much as possible to satisfy that legal requirement. There is no excuse that volunteers' time will be wasted is not a valid reason to circumvent that requirement. So why should we care? One, it minimizes or even maybe significantly reduces misattributions, which means if you make the credit line as clear and visible as possible, people will hardly misattribute it to Wikipedia. People will hardly or almost not be able to not provide credit lines. They will, see the copyright holder and whatever it is, and they will be able to provide appropriate credit. And this way, we protect copyright holders' works from misuse. And this gives them, confidence in our project, and gives them the impression that we are reliable and we can actually protect their interest. And we, tremendously result in them adding more content, releasing more content for use. Then it also protects reusers from criminal liability or legal jeopardy after reuse. I mean, remember the scenario I painted. I mean, you can imagine if I have to receive a letter from a lawyer that I have violated the copyright because I misattribute it. Not my fault, because I don't have, a sound knowledge of how copyright works, and I believe the content of Wikipedia has been released under free license, and I get that kind of, letter. It could, change my orientations, my thought, my belief about Wikipedia's reliability and credibility. So all of that encompasses has serious implications on our project. So I'm saying in the sense that it shows that when we care about all of this, the picture we paint out there is that Wikipedia can be trusted, it's credible, and can be considered reliable as a good source of information. So how or what should we do better to improve our current practices? How should we go about it? Who are the people that should be involved? Is there any steps that should be taken as an emergency intervention? What do we do with the ones that have been, probably done wrongly in the past? So all of this is central to the discussion we have today. So I'm going to hand over to my colleague, Nat, to take it away from me. Nat, over to you.
Thank you, Isaac. So I just wanted to remind about the requirement of the license, the most common license that we use now for media, that we must give appropriate credit. And one may argue that given this invisible link where we expect people to somehow guess and know that all the information about the author is going to be provided on another website, or sometimes not, if we are talking about non-free media, is, I would argue, not the appropriate credit to the authors. So even if we, even though Creative Commons explicitly say that our practice is legal, but there are real issues with that Isaac referred to a bit. We actually do not advertise, we lose a way to advertise free licenses, even though we argue, our projects arguably rely on them. We do not clearly mark non-free media, guiding people inside the articles. People can just take screenshots and be unaware that the pictures inside the articles have different kind of licenses possible, and authors. Also, we ourselves do not set a good example and give credit for the use, and we expect others to do that when we do not give the appropriate credit ourselves. So the English Wikipedia has already discussed this in the past, and their argument not to include image credits because they are relevant to this discussion, and you can find at this link. For example, one of the arguments was there is no need to clutter articles with this information. Credit is already provided for the majority of images by linking them to the file description page, which includes authorship, licensing, and more. And that partially is true, but again, we go back to this link being invisible and not clear. Whereas we do clutter article with templates, explaining to people that this or that text fragment was taken from this or that source, even if that source is under free license or even in public domain. And then it begs the question: why don't we have something like an information for the reader included in the article as a template? That images used in this article are in public domain or published under free license or non-free media fair use, used for educational purposes. And this information you can get from the file description pages you will see if you click on each file themselves in the article. Or maybe we should have them at least in the terms below, because our projects are not text exclusive, and the terms do mention that text is available. There is no mentioning about the images used. So we do not expect people to understand about the text fragments. We do not expect people to just believe that the information is taken under free license or everything, but we do expect people to somehow click on an invisible link, and also believe that we are cluttering the articles if we just giving citation or mentioning or explanation about the images. So a warning in the terms seems to be warranted, taking into account that we do that for the text. But also we do mention about the text in the article itself, not only in the terms. So it seems that proper citation attribution for every image used also can be warranted. We can easily have an article with 400 footnotes about every morsel of text information used, and we would have all those sources. We would have also general sources when we just want people to understand and read more, further reading. And we still, with all of that, are going to have a template about text included being from a source under a free license or in public domain, because we do not expect people just to guess that. And also we are going to have that mentioned on every page in terms used. So we also already know that media helps articles, and articles help promote media. What I mean by that is that media files used in the article do help reader to understand the article better. Illustrations for particular portions of the article needed. Articles, Wikipedia articles are viewed by more people, and they are going to be reused more, and some media outlets are going to use those pictures in the prominently featured in the articles more if they want to illustrate some points. So one of the other arguments the English Wikipedia has in that discussion was maintaining this in article credits would be a significant maintenance burden on other editors. But there are ways to have it automated. Let's talk about that. And with this, I'm going to give floor to Dominic to give us a bit of a background information and practical ways to automate this information being shown in the articles based on his work. Dominic?
Great. Thanks so much. And thanks for inviting me. You can go to the next slide. First, I just want to talk a little bit about how I came to this issue. So over the last 2 years, I've been working with the Digital Public Library of America, which is the National Cultural Heritage Aggregator in the United States. And since we launched our program in 2020, we've uploaded about 3 million files to Wikimedia Commons from over 200 individual contributing institutions, becoming the largest contributor to Wikimedia Commons. Next slide. And that's, you can find our category there on Commons. We're doing this essentially just to provide our member institutions a simple activity that they can easily be trained to perform putting their images into Wikipedia articles, for which the outcome can be easily measurable. So this is an example of an image from the Indiana State Library in the United States that was uploaded by DPLA and is in a Wikipedia article. In one case, a single institution staff member working to add images to over 100 articles over the course of a few months generated 45 million page views for their institution, which is a huge impact. Next slide. In addition to the uploads themselves, we actually contribute metadata in the form of structured data on Commons now. So this is just showing what our uploads actually look like in practice. So for every image, we add about 10 or more structured data statements to our uploads. And we can do that because we have all the institution's descriptive metadata. That's what we're using to do our uploads. So we're uploading statements, or we're adding, we're adding statements like title, creator, copyright, description, all those sorts of things. And this also has allowed us to regularly sync and update the metadata for all of our past uploads whenever the institution makes changes to their data. So it's not just a static snapshot of the uploads that as they looked like when we did them. Next slide. So just briefly, I just want to say that the success of our program at DPLA is really based on these two philosophies. First, we need to get institutions on board with participating, and that means tasks that busy professionals can perform successfully with minimal new skills necessary. So if the cost to get involved is too high, they won't be interested. And part of buy-in is that cultural institutions want to know that we're going to be responsible stewards of their information. And that means accurately reflecting the metadata that they invested their own expertise and intellectual labor in, as well as actually attributing their institution for the work that they've done and the objects that they hold in their collection that we're uploading and displaying on Wikipedia. The second part here is, once we have institutions that are interested in contributing to Wikimedia projects, we want to make sure that they're actually successful and impactful in their participation. And that's why we designed the program that we did where we've solved the problem centrally of doing bulk upload, so the institutions don't have to figure that out. And it's also built around this idea of a small, discrete, easily trainable task of adding an image to an article. Using Visual Editor and tools on Commons like Crop Tool, I can train someone to do a task of adding an image to an article, not writing articles on Wikipedia, in a few minutes. Next slide. So I'm coming to this with a goal of both improving the integrity of the data in Wikipedia, but also improving the usability of our image workflow for editors. And I think with this proposal that we can do both of those things. Next slide. So I want to just talk a little bit about the landscape on English Wikipedia. Here's I'm not going to be able to go over everything in detail, but here's a few links to some existing proposals. Like Nat mentioned, this is in the perennial proposals section in English Wikipedia. But just to show what is the actual kind of most relevant policy, this is the manual of style on the English Wikipedia, which explicitly says not to credit the image author or copyright holder in the article, unless relevant, whatever that means, it's unclear. So next slide. This contrasts pretty sharply with what especially cultural institutions and academic institutions are used to. This is just taken from a book off my bookshelf. This is what you would typically find in an academic work, where the image itself, that's a historical image, is considered, informational content. just like the text and is cited in the text as such. Next slide. So next slide, please. So I can't go through all of these. I just wanted to give a few links or that people can look up. Oh, sorry, if you can go back one. Just to give people a few seconds if they want to look those up. But there's a few different, sorry, can you go back one slide now? There's a few different places we have mockups on the wiki. That's fine, that's fine. This is, I might regret this, but this is the one article I'm aware of in English Wikipedia that has an image citation in the form of a footnote. So if you want to look at it live, this it's also the top link here, the Charles Robinson Rockwood. So hopefully nobody comes along and removes that. But this is, if you would like to see a live demo, this is already possible in Wikipedia to accomplish this by using the existing ref tag, and you can create ref, use the group function to group references. So as long as you used a citation inside of a caption in an image right now and added a separate group for images, there's nothing stopping anyone from technically from doing this. So next slide, please. This is just the screenshot of that. So this is just showing an article with an image, the citation, or the footnote there, which goes to the references section, and there's a separate group within the references section for images. Next slide, please. What I want to also show is what we've been working on at DPLA and what's been essentially enabled by the fact that we've added structured data to all of our images, and hopefully would be increasingly possible through more adoption of structured data for all images in Wikimedia Commons. This is something that's possible right now only on Commons in a mockup. But what I created is this template. You can go look at it live, this template embed DPLA on Wikimedia Commons. But it's coded in such a way that as long as the template has only the file, the name of the file as a parameter, all of the data for a caption using citation type information can be generated automatically. All of these things that are in the caption in the screenshot here are already in the structured data of the image: the title, the creator, the institution it comes from. This is just a hypothetical citation format. It could be formatted however you like, but the idea here is that a user could, just by including the image, have all of the data that they need necessary for a caption or citation just auto-populated in the same way the user expects to be able to do that, from when they're adding a citation in the text and just provides an ISBN or something, and then all the rest is auto-populated. Next slide. So we have some issues to make that technical part happen. First is that that's not actually possible right now to do within English Wikipedia, for example, because structured data on the Commons is not, can't be pulled into other projects right now using, Lua in the same way that Wikidata data can be pulled into other projects. So what we would expect to see someday is that once structured data on Commons, those statements can travel to other wikis, then we could build templates like this that allow us to do that. Right now, it's just a mock-up on Commons, although what we could do is something like building a gadget that pulls it in the same way that Citoid does, and it's just static text rather than being dynamically generated from the Wikimedia Commons data. There would still need to be some infrastructure built around that. The other thing that would be, of course, the most important part of it is actually support from the Wikipedia community. And so that if people started to just start adding these willy-nilly, that they wouldn't be getting reverted. But that's, I think, part of why we want to have these community discussions about it. So that's it for me. Oh, and also, yeah, if you're interested in learning a little more about the DPLA project and what we're working on with structured data on Commons, here's some links to our grants, and thank you to the Wikimedia Foundation for funding that.
Thank you, Dominic. Sorry, muted. So overall, what can be done about this? We can change how we do it. After all, it is our own practice. So I'm here also going to give you a few mockups, demos. It's in Ukrainian, but you would be able to see that there is a picture in the first article where we are prominently saying that this picture is a picture by, and then the name of the author, and also a license. Or in a gallery, it can also look like that. And for some pictures, it's really important for some articles to include not just like, you know, a lot of pictures, but pictures that have meaning for the article. Maybe the outer experience or inner appearance of the object. And it's important then not only to have the picture included randomly, but have it included because it illustrates some points. It can be also done through a list of illustrations, which I also showed, like the upper one, a list of illustrations used in the article. It can also be done through references, which was mentioned also in the chat. And also it can be mentioned with a tiny visible link for photo credits near pictures. If we don't want to go into that, we can also think about that, like including photo credits which would link to the original file. And I would argue that that might be useful for some people because some of the pictures on Commons do not have actually one author. Somebody can, you know, change, crop, do something, and then only the file itself can show you all the contributors to the file. So another argument in the same Wikipedia, English Wikipedia discussion was that people can spam articles with, you know, including a lot of images of their own images in attempt to use Wikipedia for free advertisement. But Wikipedia is not an indiscriminate collection of information, and editors need to include only those images that matter anyway. This proposal does not change that, and if anything, it makes people go an extra mile to prove that this specific media is needed. So with that, I'm going to pass the floor to Asaf.
Thank you. What I'd like to add to the previous speakers is to re-emphasize the point that there are at least two separate issues here in our current practice, and that is the missing license type and the missing attribution. These are at least ostensibly separate issues, and they are in principle separately solvable. We could, for example, add the license type, the explicit mention of the license type, while still sidestepping all the issues related to the usernames, right? For example, one argument that has been raised and was not mentioned here today yet was that some people might have offensive usernames. the mention of which in article may be distracting or offensive. So for example, even though that the offensive username issue is also in principle solvable, we can completely sidestep it and still at least solve the problem of mentioning an individual piece of media's license type. So I'm pointing out that these are in principle separately solvable. And like I said, the offensive username argument, for example, is also solvable, right? We could decide to have just a media credits link under each image. In other words, making the link explicit rather than implicit on the image, and still hide the username. Or we could determine that there is some acceptable username policy, right? And either rename non-compliant usernames or include only acceptable usernames on page and hide unacceptable usernames inside the link. I'm just bringing it up as a sketch of an answer to make the point that we could solve this any number of ways. I think the goal of this talk in this panel is to convince people who are not yet to be convinced that there is a problem, and that to encourage people to commit to solving it. If we are convinced of this and if we are committed to solving it, we can go ahead and brainstorm the actual solutions. But what I'd like to move the conversation forward to is this, as has been mentioned, this has been a perennial proposal. It has been discussed in the past, and we tend to discuss ourselves into exhaustion, seeking consensus, and that's why this is a perennial proposal. But I suggest to you that we could cut through this exhaustion by running a well-designed experiment. Next slide, please. And I suggest to you that, yes, so an experiment could actually help us get the evidence that, for example, one of the claims is that this missing attribution is causing reusers to not properly attribute images. And that would be easier to prove if we actually conduct some experiment and show that providing proper attribution does in fact help reusers attribute. So such an experiment can really help determine whether and how much of a problem this is. Next slide, please. And I suggest to you that an experiment would help us make progress before the end times when we manage to convince absolutely everybody on all Wikipedias that this change can happen. We could design an experiment, and I'm not pretending that we have already designed it. Work needs to be done to create a good, valid experiment to test the hypothesis that changing our image crediting practices would be a good change. And we could, for example, identify some limited scope, maybe a particular wiki project on a large wiki, or maybe a small wiki, or maybe just a set of articles on which we experiment. We may even have natural experiments in such articles or pages where there's already been this mock-up. I don't know if it's a large enough sample or not, but the point is we could create a sample and a control group, of course, and then implement explicit attribution and explicit licensing on those articles, and then measure several things. We could measure the awareness of the licensing terms among the people reading the articles. We could do that with a little invitation at the top of the articles to fill out a form or a survey or something. And we could also try and measure the reuse of those images in the wild using an image search to try and find out whether those images in the sample group are in fact better attributed than images from the control group. Again, this is just a sketch of an experiment, and I think we would benefit from having, professional researchers co-design the experiment. But my point is, an experiment could help us break through the cycle of Is it a problem? Is it not a problem? Is there a solution to every edge case or not? An experiment can help us move forward. And I'd like to encourage those of you who agree that this is a problem to join us in thinking about how to move forward with an experiment. Next slide. So if you're interested in thinking about it with us, please mention your interest in the talk page of our Wikimania talk, and we will get in touch with you and see how you can help with your community, with your wiki project, wherever you are. Maybe you can help with mockups, maybe you can help with translation, and we will try and report about this probably next year, maybe next Wikimania, if we're able to actually run some kind of experiment.
Thank you, Asaf. So we have actually started later, so we don't have a chance now to have a Q&A session. I've saved the chat and things that you discussed here, so we would be able to follow up with you if we can find you. If you can put your names in the Etherpad, we would be able to find you even if your real name does not correspond with your username. And I also put here useful links, at least links that are relatable to this discussion. And of course, there would be a link to this presentation from our submission and from the Etherpad. And I wanted to say thank you in our 4 languages for your time and for your interesting ideas and discussion points that you mentioned in the chat. Thank you. And thank you to the speakers and the support team.
My name is Joel. I'm the lead event strategist here at the Wikimedia Foundation. And this is the session, The Future of Wikimania. Let me just share my screen really quickly with y'all. Everyone can see my screen? Yes, wonderful. All right, welcome to this session. Let me just introduce the topic here and remind everyone why we're here. Wikimania, first of all, is completely movement-led and foundation-supported. This is an event that has grown to what it is right now. And so we want to empower communities over the whole world to be able to host Wikimania while being supported fully by the foundation. In case you didn't know, in the past, there has been a bidding system where communities, locations in the world, countries were able to place a bid. This would then get reviewed by the Wikimania Steering Committee, and a recommendation would then be made to host Wikimania in any given location. Especially in a post-COVID world, this bidding system is in need of a bit of a refresh. We want to be able to holistically look at risk that are associated with mass convenings like Wikimania, especially since we're going back to in-person convenings after 3 years. And we want to support communities with their locations of choice, meaning we want to be able for our global and diverse community to make informed decisions based off of data, where it's safe for a community to convene. Wikimania is also a mass event, so it's really important for us to have different strategies in place, different tactics in place to be able to look at locations holistically. Of course, the end goal here is to have an equitable regional rotation of where Wikimania is hosted anywhere in the world. And for this, I just want to highlight really quickly the work we have done with the whole ECAP region. So ECAP, the East, Southeast Asia, and Pacific region, where we've been working with them really since 2019. Then we know 2020 got canceled, but we continued working with ECAP all the way to now, and we'll continue to working with the ECAP community. As in case you've missed it, the next location in next year will be Singapore. We've worked with the communities there to be able to, as I said before, assess risk holistically, determine what are the countries that the communities want to host Wikimania in, and then be able to look at the factors that would make it a safe convening for our global and diverse communities. We don't want to overburden communities, as has happened in the past. That's why I also want to remind everyone in the room that the foundation is here to support communities in order to host this mass convening. So that's it for my bit. I'm going to introduce the moderator for our panel discussion today, Winnie Kabinti. Winnie was part of the 2021 core organizing team for the very first virtual Wikimania, and currently is the senior movement communication specialist for the African region. Over to you, Winnie.
Thank you, Joel, and welcome back again, everybody, to this session where we get to have a conversation on what the future of Wikimania looks like. I don't know about you, but I'm really excited. I feel so thrilled to see that in 2023, we are going to be convening once again in person in Singapore. And as one of the members from Singapore mentioned earlier during the announcement, it's going to be one of the hottest, Wikimania. So I'm sure we are all looking forward to that. So with me in studio, that sounds good to see. I have a seasoned panel of 3, and I'm going to introduce them. So first we have Anna. Anna was a member of the 2021 Wikimania co-organizing team, also a seasoned Wikimedian. We have Nangara. Nangara is a member of the Wikimania steering committee. And we have Linda, who is serving as a risk manager at the Wikimedia Foundation. And what we are going to be having today, as Joelle has just introduced, we are going to kickstart a conversation that is going to help us solve 2 puzzles around the future of Wikimania post the COVID pandemic. And the puzzle 1 is, if Wikimania is going back to an in-person format, we definitely need a way to determine and plan ahead for the next 3 years. How are we going to continue to develop a plan around the regional rotation? How are we going to be identifying this region? Bearing in mind the risk assessment that Joelle just brought in, and we're going to also be delving deeper into that risk assessment and how it's disrupting how regions were identified in past Wikimanias. And puzzle 2, we're going to also be discussing, it's one thing to come up with a region, and regions are broad, they are big, but then how, again, do we also narrow down to the specific country that will eventually host Wikimania? So this is the conversation that we want to have in this particular discussion. As Joelle has mentioned, Wikimania remains a movement-led event with the support of the foundation. And so we would like to have this discussion really as engaging as possible. So feel free to add your thoughts in the comments and in the Etherpad. The link will be shared on the chat. We want to hear all your sentiments around this conversation. And once we also conclude this session, we are going to carry on with the same conversation in the networking space. So please join that space as well. So to kick us off, I would like to invite Nangara to just weigh in on the first puzzle of, what are his thoughts on the regional rotation of Wikimania moving forward. Over to you, Nangara.
Thanks, Winnie. It's an interesting question how we rotate through the regions in an equitable way. I think early on we had a process that set a European city, a North American city, and then somewhere else across the globe. And while that was great in the early years, I personally think it's not a sustainable way to build the community or to work in an equitable way across the community. I think the big thing that I really enjoyed about that early process was the bidding process. I know I'm drifting into the second part of the puzzle here, but stretching out into 3 years, part of the bidding process gave us a 2-year lead into a Wikimania, which meant that the teams were able to build and do a lot of things. I saw firsthand how that was working with 2020. And I also experienced how difficult it was to bring the first online Wikimania in 2021 and how we had such a short lead in time. And that's a challenge that we need to face. And along with it, a challenge of how we bring these 2 elements together. So I would love to hear what everybody's thoughts is now that they've experienced a couple of online Wikimanias, and for those that were fortunate enough beforehand to have experienced in-person Wikimanias. Thanks, Winnie.
Thank you, Ngara. And I would also like switch gears a bit and go to Linda. Linda, if you could also weigh in and share your thoughts. I also know that, the 2021 Wikimania and 2022, we also have quite a number of newcomers who are joining Wikimania for the first time. And to also make this conversation as inclusive as possible for them, it will also be good to, set the scene for them to just understand how the past has been, why it's important for us to have this conversation presently as we look into the future. How has the risk assessment dynamic changed all this conversation about the hosting of Wikimania? And how does the risk assessment that was done in the ESEAP region, how does that change, or rather, how does that make this conversation so important at this particular time?
Thanks, Winnie. I was very excited to be asked to support the community by creating the risk assessment matrix. And the community picked 9 countries in the region, and I built a risk assessment for them around criteria such as human rights, LGBTQ rights, visas. And so I helped them assess which countries they would like to choose and do the narrowing. So from the 9 countries, and Gangara will talk more about the actual process, but we were able to look objectively at what criteria would make a good first choice country and what criteria would make a good backup country. And the advantage of looking out in time allows us to have the most runway possible to mitigate any risks. And I think it's interesting and important to distinguish 2 different kinds of risks. The risk assessment matrix only looked at big picture risks. So when we select a country such as Singapore, that allows the community that is organizing in Singapore to now look at what we would call secondary manageable risks, such as, do we have the ability to have food items that are appropriate for different preferences and cultures and religions? Do we have the ability to ensure we can accommodate all level of in-person meetings that accommodate people of different strengths? So that narrowing just to get to the country is where I was honored to contribute. And I'd really love to pass it back over to Ngara to talk about what ESEAP did with the information. I'll end by simply saying that I'm very much excited about using this process to support getting 3 years out, a window that we can begin the planning and have a very robust event for every year, by getting all of the runway possible to ensure that we can bring an event on successfully.
Thanks, Linda. Go on, Anna.
Hi, everybody. No, I wanted to relate to some questions that I'm reading on the chat about what I also consider one of the elephants in the room here. That is that this hybrid format, or having had already two virtual Wikimanias, has opened up new opportunities for the community. Winnie has just said that virtual Wikimania has helped newcomers to participate, right, or be a more inclusive event. But also, I think that the pandemic has changed the community somehow. And there are a lot of community members, or we are more committed to the planet, right? Us as a community, we are more committed to planet. So traveling is not going to be an option for many people. And how do we keep ensuring that people want to participate or are able to participate? And how we are going to be adapt to this situation in the future. So I think this is also a question that we have to address, or at least I wanted to put it here because I'm reading it a lot in the chat. So now I pass it to Linda or to Nangara.
I'll just mention that you brought up a great point, and one of the things that we assess in the risk assessment is the strength of the Wi-Fi, the internet backbone, because to continue to do hybrid events, which is more inclusive and enables people to travel or join from wherever they choose to in the world, it means that the internet backbone and our ability to connect becomes very critical as well. So I think that's going forward a really great perspective to keep in mind for assessing what are good and better choices. Back over to you, Gideon.
Thank you, Anna. It's okay, Nangara, please.
Yeah, okay. I'll wind back a little bit with Linda's question about how we came to Singapore. We spent a lot of time talking with the community. We identified countries within the ESEAT region that were accessible, had communities, and had the facilities necessary to actually host an event as big as a Wikimania could be. And that included the online, how good were the internet connections? Do we have venues? All of those things we discussed. We came down as a community to 9 countries to choose from. And then from there, I had another discussion with Linda online, and we decided that from those 9 countries and Linda's risk assessment, we identified 2, possibly the 3rd country that we could look at as viable destinations. And then we went back to the community and held a discussion on Meta and let everyone express their opinion as to which of the 2 most viable countries we were going to go to. And the decision was Singapore. So, and it wasn't a pure vote. It was based on the numbers, but also on the arguments people were putting forward, information coming from community members in those countries as to how engaged they wanted to be in the process. Winnie?
Thank you, Nangara. And I also want to acknowledge the comments that are coming in on the chat. And I know there's a lot of concern around whether by going back to an in-person Wikimania, we are totally doing away with hybrid version, or rather the opportunity for people to meet virtually. Absolutely not. And I'm also very aware that this is a conversation that the Wikimania Steering Committee is already having. Definitely the future of Wikimania cannot be the same, and that's why we are having this conversation. So just because people are going to an in-person Wikimania, it doesn't mean that we will always meet in person, and that's all. So that's why we are having this conversation to see how that future looks like and what we would like to see more. So feel free to add in your sentiments. And now maybe we can even give the audience the opportunity to ask any questions that you might have, or rather even share any recommendations that you might have. So feel free to even raise your hand and you'll be given an opportunity to speak.
just acknowledging some of the comments we've seen in the chat, where Mike Peel says, it sounds like the lessons from last few years are being lost. Why do we even have an in-person single location event? I think that was just addressed by Winnie. Or we have to have an in-person event that can be hybrid and enable access for those that can't travel. Again, that's also been addressed. Andrew Lee, who is also part of the Wikimania steering committee, says his opinion, even though he's on the steering committee, equitable is tough to determine. Ultimately, it has to make sense as a hub city for logistics, and that includes visas, costs, sustainability, etc. Then the elephant in the room of sustainability being raised. How can we justify climate costs of these big events, which are almost always exclusionary to some Wikimedians, depending on where they are held? Mike is saying, oh, we addressed that. But is also saying that lots of other events have found the same thing. Online is much easier for people to access, particularly if they can't afford travel. And is also suggesting maybe we should fork Wikimania. Forking meaning having one that's in person for those that like that, and one that's 100% online, or for those that can't travel. I think that's been addressed with the hybrid comment just now. Again, I would like to invite anyone from the audience to raise your hand, unmute if you kind of like want to share and contribute here. If not, please drop it in the chat.
Yes, sorry, Joel, can I just jump in on Mike's question about hybrid? I think it's one of the things we need to work on. I think both platforms we have used have had their own unique issues, and they've had their own unique successes. So I think over time we will be able to develop that a lot better. There's still a lot of value in the personal connections, the being in the same room, able to chat to someone passing in a hallway, that we haven't resolved with the online. I think that's one of the values of being in person. And while Hub is great, and we need to be careful how we determine that, because there are a lot of places which are physically isolated. There is no way for you to get to an in-person event without getting in an aeroplane of some kind. You know, not everywhere has interconnecting rail links that you can get in, and you know, a couple of hours later you're in another country. For some people, flight is the only option. Singapore, we have some rail links. If you're coming from Thailand, Malaysia, you can come down by rail. Indonesia, there are ferry links, but for everyone else, it's basically going to have to be a fly-in. So yes, our carbon footprint is going to be an issue, and we need to find ways to do it better. And perhaps there's the opportunity to mirror it with a second or third city, and literally be around the clock, so that Singapore hands off to somewhere else, and somewhere else hands off to a third city, and then it's handed back to Singapore when it goes live, so that we can get both the in-person experiences and connections, as well as those reach out to those that can't get to any of them.
Thank you, Nangara. And I also don't want us to, lose sight of the two puzzles that we still need to be solving around how do we identify the regions that will host future Wikimanias, and how do we narrow down to the specific country. So if someone has any thoughts around that, we will be happy to hear that, even as we acknowledge the suggestions to ensure that future Wikimanias are hybrid events.
I think that Lisa addressed that pretty well. I think that the work that has been done regarding or with this risk assessment is a huge change. This is something that didn't happen before, and I think it's a good practice. Beyond those criteria that Linda shared with us before, I would also suggest, for example, to analyze the quality of healthcare, for example, in a country. I mean, does it have a good private or public healthcare, right? System to that will take care of us if something happens, if any problem arises, or again, I think economy is, because I'm reading also the chat, is also a huge issue, right? I mean, Wikimedia is almost a privilege for a lot of volunteers, but also when being in Wikimedia, even me being a privileged person that can go to Wikimedia, sometimes cities are super expensive for a lot of us. Like, I don't know, going to have a dinner outside the facilities or the venue sometimes is super, super expensive for us. So also paying attention to that for me is also important. And of course, how attractive it is. I mean, again, the pandemic has changed us a lot as a community, and dedicating our holidays, free time to go to Wikimedia, at least, again, it should be like attractive for the community. I mean, the community really needs to want to go to that place. And there are other criteria that I feel super important when narrowing the countries or the region, for example, that Lisa already said, like human rights, right? Is a country that respects human rights, or the level of connectivity, or the community, how much community is in place, for example. Is the community big enough to lead an event of these characteristics and not burn out? Because I mean, I've been in the movement for the last 8 years, 9 years almost, and I've heard a lot of stories of communities also getting very, very tired after organizing an event of these characteristics. So, and also how to get there beyond the visa. Does the country has an international airport and allow us, the volunteers, to arrive in an easy way and not stopping over hundreds of airports around the world? Also, this is something that I will take into account. So again, big changes from the past. I think that having a risk assessment is super important, and I'm happy to see it, but I will, I mean, probably Lisa knows better than me, but I will complete it with these other criteria that from a community perspective are also important.
Thank you, Anna, for those great insights. I want to acknowledge a comment I've seen on the chat from Rebecca, and she talks about, just a moment, let me get that. Yeah, she talks about, I would like to advocate, if you have to go back to in-person, why not go back to the Italian model, where Wikimania brought an infrastructural or other benefits to the local community. Rebecca, would you like to verbalize that comment and just comment further on it, so that anyone who is watching this and has no idea what that model is we can be on the same page?
Can do. Probably. Can you hear me?
Yes, Rebecca, go ahead.
Fantastic. Probably best that you don't see me on a Sunday afternoon while Ireland is experiencing a heat wave, which would make most people here laugh at the temperatures that we're experiencing. I suppose for me, and I didn't attend, I've only ever attended 2 Wikimanias, one which was London, which was exceptionally large, and one which was Mexico, which was that bit smaller the year after. So I didn't actually attend the Italian Wikimania, but the fundamental idea behind it, which was to bring it to a rural area, and to actually, as part of, I suppose, somewhat taking the playbook of the Olympics, which of course doesn't actually necessarily always play out, but the idea that you bring Wikimania to an area that necessarily doesn't have the infrastructure isn't known for, being an overly connected area. And the idea is that by bringing it to there, you are investing in the infrastructure of that place. So I know I saw a comment from Liam Wyatt, who's in Lario at the moment, and his phone automatically connected to the Wi-Fi because it's still there. I don't know if a lot of the Wikimanias can say that they brought that sort of lasting legacy to the host country or the host place in the way that it happened there. And also, just as an attendee, while you might travel, in my case, for the first time to Mexico, I saw relatively little of Mexico outside of a rather high-end hotel, which is probably not indicative of the actual country. And while, yes, in person is fantastic, I would just like to reiterate that not all people flourish in person. A lot of people find crowds and being in a hotel with strangers, and especially when you have to share a room with a stranger, somebody that you perhaps have never met before, as has been kind of common in Wikimanias and conferences in the past, that can be incredibly difficult for people for a range of reasons. So I think the puzzle one, the fact that by default we're saying that in-person is a good thing and is what we should aspire to, I'd like to know what's the concrete rationale behind that before we take that as the de facto jumping off point.
Thank you, Rebecca. I understand that this conversation is also getting very active on the Etherpad, and as I mentioned earlier, because we also don't have much time on this session, we will carry on the conversation in the networking space. But for now, one of the other things that I would like us also, before we run out of time, to discuss is once we have a region for the next Wikimania, like when we have if we have an in-person Wikimania, because I don't want it to look like there are also concerns on the chat, like if it's decided we're going to have in-person. So yes, once a region has been identified for a potential in-person Wikimania, how again do we narrow down on the countries? Do we still go back to the bidding system and ask countries in that region to bid to host? How do we see this playing out in the event that there is an in-person Wikimania? My great panelists, feel free to weigh in on that, and anyone else from the audience as well.
I've got to say I've done a few bids, never been successful, but I've always found it an interesting challenge and a learning experience to put one together. I know it draws a lot of resources out of the community, puts a lot of pressure on people early on to find and get answers. I like the way we went about 2023, which was we decided on the region. Between the community, we selected the countries most capable of hosting the event. And then we went, the foundation, or Linda primarily went with the whole series of questions. It was healthcare, it was human rights, it was legal systems, it was accessibility, visas. All of those things were part of that matrix to make up, to help us make that final decision of which countries, and then we took it back to the community again to decide their final choice. And I think that process works well. For the next 24, 25, I think is probably a good process to hold on to while we work with integrating hybrid and second and third party locations. And then from 26 onwards, we look more at how we can keep restructuring and addressing the issues that are still poorly addressed, and that is the climate issues, the fact that we can't get to a lot of places easily, that there are isolated communities, and we don't want to go back into that repetition of everyone having to go back to the same type of place every time.
So just to jump in very quickly, because I know we've only got a couple of minutes left of the session, I think The rotation policy that we came up with was based on the tension between the communities at the time. And that's why we ended up with a once in North Europe, whatever, South Europe, once in North America, once not in either of those two. And at the time, we got a huge amount of complaints from people in North America and Europe of why were we wasting all this time going to communities that had very small numbers of members of the community. Part of the purpose of Wikimania is to reach out to new people and bring them in the door. And an online conference is very good at getting raw numbers of people, but it's not necessarily very good at building that empathy between people. And so Wikimania at its best has always been a hybrid event, right? Right from 2005, we were streaming. There wasn't much of a feedback loop, and that varied, but it's always been a hybrid event, and we should aim to do better and keep the hybrid model, but involve as many people around the world as possible.
Yes, I mean, sorry to that. I think that nobody, at least in my particular case, I'm not. I mean, I see the benefits of a face-to-face meeting. I think that we really need to meet because in the Wikimedia movement, meeting means, as I was reading in the chat, right? I mean, reaching, I don't know, building new partnerships. I mean, understanding what the other community members are doing around the world. So for me, that's super important. But we need to make us the hybrid model or the virtual part of the conference as good as the face-to-face part of the conference. I mean, the level should be the same, right? Like the quality of the conference should be the same, or at least also make sure that the people who decide not to go or decides to stay at home and prefers to follow Wikimedia in a virtual way also enjoys the conference as much as possible.
Yes, definitely. We've got to work on the hybrid process, make sure we have those feedback loops like we've got here now, everyone able to discuss whether they're in the room, sitting in Europe or sitting in Africa or sitting over here in Australia. It doesn't really matter where people are. That feedback loop is important. Those personal connections, as I said, the chance meetings, the discussions in hallways, even the random chance of sitting at a conference with 7 rooms running. I'll go back to my experience in Washington in 2012. I had blank afternoon and walked into a discussion, and from there I had a new project idea and concept to work with, and that was the Wiki Town. So that was 2012, 2014. I brought it back to Wikimania to share my experiences and to encourage more people to use it. So there is feedback loops within the in-person event that are equally as important. So I think we need to try and gain as many loops and as much feedback as we can.
Great, thank you. This is getting exciting. There's a lot of feedback coming in. Please let's all meet in the networking space to carry on. And I do acknowledge there's a lot of comments to have to ensure that we have a hybrid event and not necessarily just an in-person event. So inclusivity remains key in the future of Wikimania. And yeah, we continue to be open to conversations around innovating for Wikimania to make it as inclusive and as accessible as possible. Thank you very much for your great insights. Please carry on the Etherpad and let's meet in the networking space. Thank you very much.
Welcome to Wikimania 2022. And welcome to Esinolario, and welcome back to Esinolario. We are in front of the Museum delle Grigne, one of the venue of Wikimania 2016, but also the venue of this festival edition. Today what we wanted to do is to show you how Esinolario changed in the last 6 years, but also allow you to visit our museum, where you will find the new museum design focused on Wikimania and also the legacy of this event. So a lot of things changed in Esinolario in the last 6 years. For Wikimania, we created and we installed spaces that allowed the conference to take place in a little mountain village. So the museum was reorganized. We moved from the old museum, all the collection, to the new museum. This is the building. The room that you can see in the back was closed for the event, but also we changed a lot of other venues. Villa Clotilde, which is here in the garden, was transformed, was improved for safety, for equipment. The primary school had better access for wheelchairs. The sport hall was created a safety exit for the sport hall to allow an increased number of participants to use the space. And the old museum became a space for association in Esinolario. The connectivity was improved for Wikimania 2016, and people are surprised to come back here in Esinolario and to find that the Wi-Fi and the password still work. So all the venues that are used for public interest are still nicely connected, and they can use the internet and facilitate the work online of all participants. Another aspect that was improved thanks to Wikimania is also the participation and the mapping of the village. So on OpenStreetMap, you can find an extremely detailed number of information about the territory. You can find on Wikipedia, on the Wikimedia project, on Wikidata, lots of information about the venue. And also Esinolario had promoted the involvement of the entire region in improving knowledge about heritage online. So Wikimania 2016 was an incredible chance to boost and to involve a community in improving spaces, connectivity, the capacity of the village to be contemporary and to be linked to technology and to Wikipedia, which obviously represents shared knowledge and knowledge for all.
The Museum of the Grigne is almost 100 years old, but it doesn't look like it. It owes a lot to Wikimania, of course, but not only, because even before the event, we decided to publish all the books with open license. That is, for example, CC BY SA and books such as The Newborn or previous studies about the territory. Wikimania was a great event for Esino. It was quite extraordinary, and it is recalled with pleasure. The museum has decided to have a section about Wikimania, just like we have one about the fossils or the Celts, because it is now part of the history of the village. It left a great legacy. We have learned the importance of new languages and of technology, and the pupils of the village have learned to contribute to Wikipedia, which is quite a good start. Esinolario seems to be highly isolated, actually in the middle of nowhere. And when Wikipedians came in 2016, some of them complained and said that the journey was quite long. What they should know is that if they had come about 100 years ago, they would have been invited to sit on this sledge and would have been taken to Esino with a couple of mules. Soon after the event, the whole installation of the museum was renewed. All the captions were changed, made more friendly, even though highly scientific. This was tailored to the young and the old, to the experts and the curious ones. In 2017, just a year after Wikimania, we decided to organize storytelling for children. That is a series of tablets on which every child can choose a character. For example, in this case, we have Erika, a Wikipedian, who takes the kids through all the sections of the museum and makes them discover the story of the area with games and quizzes. This is a way to develop their curiosity and also their independence. In 2018, we decided to complete the section about the 1,000 and more caves of the Grigna. The touch screen you can see actually shows the geological areas, everything about the formation of the mountains, and allows you to visit the inside of one of the caves of the area. It also shows the sea creatures that inhabited the area about 250 million years ago, which leads us to the section of the fossils, which is one of the important collections of the museum. Voluntary research carried out by university students has been encouraged too, and has produced studies such as iron in Esino at the time of the Celts, which confirm the local production of all the weapons on display. Visitors want to touch the items. It is not always possible. Therefore, we have asked to produce copies of the former weapons. In this case, it is an iron sword with its shield. Some more technology and arts. In this case, the tree of the community, which we call the talking tree, tells the story of life in the past through the voices of the elders of the village who talked about life in the past, the roads, the woods, the work they had to do, and all this is to keep the memory of life in the past. The museum has a new project, which is called In and Out, in the heart of the Grigna. Actually, it aims at bringing the museum into the Grigna, into the mountain, and the mountain into the museum. If you come next year, you will have the pleasure of seeing the new project.
Ok, da Esino, saluti da Esino Lario e thank you for tutto.
Ciao, grazie.
Ciao, ciao.
Grazie, alla prossima.
Welcome back to Esinolario. We are right now in the museum with some of the participants. We had some Wikipedian joining us for this event. And also we had the pleasure of using the chance of Wikimania online to invite people to remember the event in Esinolario. It was a pleasure for the community in Esinolario. It was a great adventure, Wikimania in 2016. As we show you, the entire village transformed itself to host the event. It was complex, but it was also a great legacy. It was an opportunity to bring technology, bring the world to a small mountain village, and also to make sure that the museum will inherit this legacy, make sure that what we do also in the future take advantage of this edit button that we already know in our communities online. I think change is a muscle. We need to keep change in exercise. So we need to make sure that we don't lose what we changed in the past. So the fact of having this chance of coming back to Esinolario and recall the event document, making sure that also all the changes have been recorded and that we keep the memory going and that we keep the community also linked to the international community, I think is very important. And we would like to keep it going in the future. Wikimania is an event, is our community event, but it's also an opportunity in many other ways. All the infrastructure change that were made in Esinolario were actually financed by local grants and by volunteer work. It was an opportunity, the fact of gaining this visibility, but it was also an effort that the community did to take advantage of it. And I really hope that this is a legacy that all Wikimania in the future can take. So not only hosting a beautiful event, not only hosting interesting conferences and exchanges and meetings and opportunities for us to work together, but also making sure that what we bring to communities, to countries, is something that can remain with us. So I'm very glad that we had this opportunity to recall this adventure, to bring it back to Esinolario this year again, to have also the pleasure to gather. So thanks for this opportunity. And we will meet soon next year for another Wikimania.
Hi. Welcome to the session on the Wiki for Human Rights 2022 campaign. I'm Alex Stenson. I'm hiding behind the slides. I'm a lead program strategist at the Wikimedia Foundation. And we're going to be talking about how we've been using the Wiki for Human Rights campaign to experiment on the movement strategy, topics for impact, organizing focus. Most of the presentation is going to be from this year's partner in crime, Ruby Demenci Brown, who was our senior organizing fellow as part of this year's campaign. And she did a really wonderful job being the heart and soul of the community organizing for this campaign and really making it work. So I'm so proud to have her presenting here today. This is the rough outline of what we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about what we learned, and that's Ruby is going to focus on. And then we had some voices from different communities that participated in the campaign, and we wanted to give them space to kind of reflect on their experience. And then I'm going to give some updates on what we'll be doing for topics for impact organizing and other training activities throughout the year. So without me talking too much, I want to hand you over to Ruby, who's, like I said, done a wonderful round of work this year to make it happen.
Okay, thank you so much, Alex. As Alex said, my name is Ruby Demenci Brown. I'm from Ghana, and I was the fellow for the Wiki for Human Rights campaign this year, and I must say that it's been a wonderful experience. I'm here to talk to you about what the campaign is about, what we achieved, and then my personal experience. Then we have other panels to also share their experience as well. So what is the Wiki for Human Rights campaign all about? I think we can you move to the yes, yeah. What is the Wiki for Human Rights campaign all about? So what we aim to achieve with this campaign is to be able to document stories and content to make sure that everyone everywhere have access to neutral fact-based current information about our right to a healthy environment, especially in this day and age where environmental issues have gained that much significant attention. And this campaign was, as a result of a partnership between the Wikimedia Foundation and the United Nations Human Rights Council. And we also had support from UNICEF and then the UN Environmental Program. So what were some of the topics that we focused on this year? So the topics that was our focus this year was the triple planetary crisis. And in that, we're talking about climate change, we're talking about pollution, we're talking about biodiversity loss. And these were some of the stories and things that we wanted people to document and then write articles about. And also advocate, because it's not only about writing articles, but to also create that kind of awareness, bring people's attention to these kind of topics, especially in our movement where we're talking about topic of impact. So what exactly did we attain in this year's campaign? What were the results? It's intriguing that we saw that increased participation this year, especially from the global south. We had communities embrace this campaign and did wonderful activities. And we're so excited and we're so proud of everyone who participated and supported the campaign. We had more than 700 participants participating one way or the other from different continents. And we are talking about across 5 continents in the world, which is so amazing. And when we talk about contribution, we had more than 4,000 articles being created. There was so much articles that were created. We just we didn't even know how to calculate it. But we can say that we had more than 4,000 articles this year around the topics specifically. And then we also saw more than 40 community events, and these events run from webinars, editathons, workshops, photo walks, dramas, and it's exciting to see people come together to talk about environment, to document stories about our environment. And we're so proud of our local and regional organizers who also supported us, taking the message to the grassroots, because we wanted to get to the grassroots level, and so we work with local, regional organizers, volunteers to help us take this message to the people and the grassroots. Next slide. Next slide, please. So, what exactly did I learn? And this is what I'm going to share with you. I learned so much. This campaign was really, really enlightening. Next slide, please. This campaign was really, really enlightening for me personally. I learned so much. I gained a lot of skills. It increased my connection. But I want to share a story that really intrigued me about what I learned from this campaign. So when I got the role as a fellow for the Wiki for Human Rights, it then dawned on me like, oh my God, I'm not even an expert in the environment. What am I, like, how am I going to do with this? But this opportunity, being a fellow and going and handling or coordinating this campaign, has helped me understand that you don't have to be an expert in an environmental topic to be able to participate in this campaign. You don't have to be. It's about how you connect it to your story, how you connect it to your field of interest, because whether or not we like it, our environment is where we live. And if our environment is not thriving well, it affects whatever that you're doing, irrespective of what your interest is. It's gonna affect you. So how do you connect that story to, how do you connect the environmental topic to your own story or to your personal interest? And I personally, I was interested more in women empowerment and all that. So I've mainly been organizing campaigns in different areas, and especially I love to work on women topics and all that. But when I came to be a fellow at the Wikimedia Foundation organizing the Wiki for Human Rights, I began to read stories. Honestly, I've not really paid much attention to the environmental field, but when I began to read stories, I realized how connected our environment is to women. And so I began to connect the story. For instance, if you come to our part of the world, whenever there's drought and there's no water, women suffer a lot. And that's where I began to see the reality of the thing, when I began to connect it to my environment, where I am, and the things that happen around women. Women suffer a lot because women are seen as people who take care of the home, people who need to get food. And so if there's no water, who has to get the water? Of course, you, the woman, have to get the water. And so you see women travel far just so that they get water. And then productivity time is lost, it impacts their health. And so these are the issues that we are talking. And there are a lot more. There are a lot more stories that we can explore. So like I said, it's about how you connect the environmental story to your own story. And that's how you begin to appreciate the gap that we are talking about. Because there are a lot of gap. You might think that, oh, this is for environmentalists, or this is for an expert in some kind of abstract things that you don't understand. No, just connect it to your story and then you're good to go. And then I also realized that this has a great potential to draw the youth, especially bringing that kind of sustainability and partnership into the movement. We are in a day and age where environment has become, I mean, our environment is in crisis and everyone is talking about it. Everyone is trying to find solutions to solve our environmental issues. And the youth are embracing these topics so much. And so this is a very great opportunity to sort of connect to partners, connect to the youth, to bring them in, to help them understand that this is also a space where they can also try to bridge the knowledge gap, because these are youth who are interested in environmental issues already. They are interested in sustainability issues already. So how do they direct that passion into Wikipedia projects? How do they direct that passion in bridging the knowledge gap? And this is what we are talking about. And one of such partnerships that I personally witnessed in my country, Ghana, is when local organizers have this WikiGreen conference, where they brought a lot of people in the tech space, a lot of organizations like Internet Governance, Internet Society, Debbie Foundation, and so on and so forth. A whole lot of organizations, and that attracted a lot of youth to attend this conference. And you'd be amazed. This was the first time they even actually learned that they could contribute to Wikipedia, and you might think that people already know about Wikipedia, and so they know that they're supposed to contribute. No, not everyone know that. So this was a very great opportunity, bringing people who already have that passion and trying to help them appreciate that they can direct some of that passion into bridging this knowledge gap, because knowledge is power. If you're able to empower these youth to document in local language, it will help many more people to even understand what we are talking about. And also another partnership that helped us to build capacity and build skills was the Climate Change Editathon, which we organized with Open Foundation West Africa and Youth Climate Council Ghana. And we organized this training to build the capacity of the youth who are already interested in sustainability. And we saw a lot of youth, close to 100 people who were trained both virtually and in person. And it was really amazing. And so these are some of the issues that we're talking about. And I believe that if people have access to this kind of knowledge, they will be able to, it would also be able to improve other people's habit or life. Because for me, when I read about environmental topics, when I read about stories around the environment, it helped me to now understand it. So now if I'm doing something, I'm conscious about what I'm doing so that I can be able to protect my environment. And it's all because I had access to this knowledge. And this is what we are talking about. You know, it helps to improve people's habit. And it also helps people to advocate their right. Because if you know your right, you'll be able to advocate your right. This is just a brief story that I wanted to share with you all, that you don't have to be an expert. Just come in, have an open mind, connect it to your story, see what you can do in the movement. And so we're gonna play a video that we put together. It's just a summary of what happened in the community, like a quick video. I don't know if Alex, you can go ahead to play a video. We have some videos that we want to showcase to everyone. Okay, so while we moving forward, while we're waiting for Alex to share his slide, so what will we be doing? So what we intend to keep doing from now onwards is to Alex, okay, sure, let Alex just go ahead. Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you, Alex.
Okay. So the video isn't working. We'll share it in it's in the slides already, and we'll share it later. Sorry. Oh.
So Alex, do we just move to the next slide? Or?
Yeah.
Okay. So what will we keep doing? What we want to keep doing is to be able to connect more youth to the movement through sustainability campaign. And we're saying sustainability campaign because the youth have embraced sustainability topics, issues around sustainability, and it's a very great way to bring in the youth to sort of have a space for them to be able to do what they love best in that kind of field. We also want to continue to support communities as they need to work with more strategic partnership. And partnership is very significant because a lot of one of the great way to reach newer audiences, to get specific audience, is through partnership. And partnership has proven to be a very great way of doing that. So bringing in strategic partnership is very important. Even just like this campaign, this is a strategic partnership with the UN Human Rights and all of that, UN Environmental Program support and all that. So it's sort of like a very great way, like we did for the Youth Climate Council. Look at your local communities, see what kind of partnerships that can bring sustainable strategic see which kind of partnership can sort of bring this kind of youth into your space, into your community. We document these kind of stories. And we also want to be connecting deeper thematic training with a campaign to help organizers participate effectively. And I'd like to be talking more about that, how we want to train campaign organizers and all of that. So we also want to provide regional support for the campaign. Yes, regional support is very important because this is a global campaign. It's a campaign that we're dealing with different continents, different regions, and each region is different in the way that they respond to some of these topics. And so we want to be able to support regionally in terms of this campaign. So I think I'll hand it over to Alex to sort of like talk more with the panel, to handle panel reflections. Yeah.
So I wanted to invite some of our regional organizers who are on the call. Did Romeo make it into the call? I'm not.
No, I'm not. Yeah, I pinged them, but I think it's offline.
Okay, so we'll start with Michelle then to talk a little bit about their experience in the MENA region and the Arabic community.
Hello, everyone. My name is Michel Bakni. I was organizing the year's campaign in the Arabic communities. This year we had really a great campaign because we tried to organize the campaign in using different approach. Normally in the Arabic home world, we have like 25 countries. So before we used to organize different contests, and people efforts and participants were divided for different in different places. So this year we tried to organize a unified contest, and thanks to the efforts spent by the organizers, we were able to achieve a great success. And this is the first time in the Arabic community we arrived to do a unified contest for one of the Wikimedia campaigns. We are happy to do that. In addition to that, the contest was divided into two parts. We have editing campaigns, which is normal campaign where people go to the articles and try to add contents to these articles. And we had also an image contest where people can go to the street, can go to their own local area to take photos and upload these photos to the to Commons, and then they have to put the photos in the article, in the corresponding articles, as well as Wikidata items. From our perspective, last year or this year campaign was really a success, and we are looking forward to repeat the same approach with enhancement, because we had a huge feedback from participants, and we are looking forward to include these feedbacks into the model we are developing. And I think next year we are going to come back again with another enhanced version of the Arabic Unified Contest in the region. So thank you a lot for giving us this opportunity, and for giving us a support to continue organizing this contest.
Thank you so much, Michelle. And it was really neat because Michelle was a campaign organizing fellow the year before, and so helped me design the first iteration of the Right to a Healthy Environment campaign. And he was able to bring that learning back to the Arabic community and like spend more time actually building that practice and context. And so this is a really important part of how we're designing this campaign, is local skill out to regional skill, out to local skill, international skill out to regional, and then local skill. I want to invite, probably not pronouncing this right, Gemisola. Was that close?
Hi. Okay, so my name is Gemisola Esho from Nigeria, and I coordinate with our project lead was Euphemia Wandu and James Popola, but I'm speaking today. So for the campaign this year, what happened was that we organized in more states, unlike the last one, because we discovered that from last year we had much more. There was so much interest from last year, so we took the campaign to 3 other locations. And what we did was that we split the campaign into different sections. If you've come to Nigeria before, you will know that you have the northern Nigeria, you have the southern, you have the western Nigeria. So what we did this year was that we organized in all these locations, from the north central in Ilorin, then we organized in the east, Owerri, then we organized in Lagos. I'm just going to speak more on the Lagos location. This year we were able to partner with, we had the information officer of the UN come and speak to us, apart from the normal editathon that we did. So we invited her to talk about, the environment, knowing about, the law that's been released about the environment, and, our rights, the rights of the environment. And she spoke about it to an extent. Then we had the audience participants interact with her. And I discovered that this campaign was fluid, was not set in stone, in the sense that it wasn't an all, for all the different locations that we organized. We were not doing the same thing at the same time, because we discovered that we couldn't do, it wasn't a one size fits all for these locations. And we discovered that, just as Ruby had said earlier, there was, the youth was vested in this campaign. They were so interested, and there was something very surprising about, this particular event. There's a particular young man that came in, and, his twist, his approach to the environment, or talking about the rights, the human rights and the right to a healthy environment, is that he was an artist. So he had written songs and he had written poetry, and actually he was a bit famous, although I didn't really know him, but some people happened to know him. And we just thought about it, okay, this could be another way that, next year, perhaps, you could use that to campaign. You have songs go out, and everybody knows that most young people like songs. So that's another twist to it. So we're now looking at it, okay, that could be something that will show up next year. Then we also discovered that the participants were so vested in it, and they took, some of them were ready. I mean, they were so interested that they were ready to, we had to practically, we had to practically end the sessions for their great time. They also had the partnership with the American Corner. We hosted the Lagos event in American Corner, and we're looking at how we could, develop more collaborations and partnerships, for the next year campaign to, to move it forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's really wonderful. And for the next portion by Gabriel, he's going to speak in Spanish. So if you're listening with the translation, make sure you switch to the English channel. Para Gabriel, hasta para tú.
Herramientas nuevas para poder sentir que podía colaborar en el conocimiento de mucha bibliografía que está solo en inglés o en otros idiomas técnicos, y poderlo hacerlo más disponible para las personas en lenguaje español. Y quiero agradecer todas las oportunidades que organiza tanto Wikipedia Argentina como Wikipedia Uruguay, acercándonos talleres y oportunidades de acompañarnos a aprender a usar las herramientas, darnos capacitaciones de demostración. Nos ayuda a
السلام عليكم. معكم أنس.
Dobry wieczór. Nazywam się Michał Buczyński.
Hola, soy Jorge Vargas.
Olá, tudo bem? I'm Erika Zellini, speaking from São Paulo, Brazil.
The Movement Charter Drafting Committee is a group of Wikimedians working together with the movement to write our most pivotal document for our next chapter.
The Charter is a document that will consolidate our values and principles and that will define roles and responsibilities across the movement to which everyone who's willing to contribute to our vision should abide by.
It's going to be actually deciding on our governance, it's going to be stating the relationship between the different stakeholders and also showing the future structures that will be in our movement. So in that sense, it's a central document, it's a key document, and it will be providing a lot of guidelines for governance and for other areas for all the stakeholders in our movement.
The Movement Charter will be a document that brings together all our policies on governance and will tell you everything you need to know for navigating the Wikimedia landscape.
I got involved in the MCDC considering that the role that I play within the foundation has a lot of connection with the movement. In the almost 9 years that I've been working for the Wikimedia Foundation, I feel myself part of the movement, caring so deeply about the vision and the mission that we want to carry in the world. And for that, I want to make sure that I can play a role in shaping the future of how our movement is governed, is organized, and is thought through better.
When I heard about it in the first time, it sounded for me like an actual chance of leaving a fingerprint in the world, or let's say in the free knowledge world, by participating in drafting the document that will shape and design our future in the movement, our governance models, our different relationships between different stakeholders according to the recommendations of 2030 strategy.
I got involved in the Movement Charter because I'd been working all along in the global conversations to basically decide what should be going into it in a broad term, and then I helped craft the actual structure of the committee. And through that, some people suggested, Richard, you should run, and actually I saw that there was benefit to be gained by continuing down it.
I think that with my 16 years of experience in the Wikimedia movement, as well as my background in social work, and combined with a lot of travels I've been doing in the last years, I think I can help create this essential document for our movement.
With the experience I have gained over the past 10 years in the movement in Africa and in the French-speaking world, I thought it would be a good idea to contribute to the building of the movement by choosing to apply as a member of the Movement Charter Drafting Committee.
As I come from North Africa, I really thought that insights from my region needed to be in elaborating this document, in writing this document. I wanted to join other people from different regions in the world, from different interests, and representing different stakeholders, either affiliates or the foundation or online volunteers, in order to work all together.
I joined the committee just a few weeks ago, hoping to translate the principles of the 2030 recommendations into tangible structures for our movement. One of my main motivations is to make those structures more accessible for people to join the movement and then have access to power and influence within it.
For me, being part of the MCDC is a way to give back to my local community and other amazing people, especially from other underrepresented communities in such strategic processes. As I've been navigating through different spaces in the movement, it became clear to me that we need structural changes and that the Charter is the time and place to make it happen. I love the idea of reimagining how our movement can be, but I didn't want it to be just in my imagination, so now I'm a proud member of the MCDC and I truly hope I can bring value to its outcomes.
Currently, we are working on drafting subcommittees so that we can have parts of the document written. We are planning to produce the charter by 2024, and we really would like to do it in collaboration with the community and with all the other stakeholders so that we can be able to deliver this really key document that will be very helpful for setting up the Global Council, for setting up a lot of other structures and guiding the governance of the movement in the future as it is recommended by the 2030 strategy.
You can expect from the content clear definitions of stakeholders and their responsibilities, as well the description of new entities such as hubs and the Global Council. The Charter and its consequent ratification is also the mechanism for which the Global Council will be instituted. We can understand the Movement Charter as a document that anyone who reads it can understand our governance model and how we work as this complex ecosystem made by so many different stakeholders.
Stay tuned for a lot of work that's coming from the Movement Charter Drafting Committee. We're really eager to see how it can play a better role to make sure that we're creating a navigation roadmap, a constitution for the movement that really finds ways to showcase the power that we have, but also what are the roles, the responsibilities, the dues and obligations that we all have to be part of this work.
As to why, as a community, we need it, the Movement Charter is there to basically address a number of the difficulties we have between resourcing and authority of the foundation and the community and the affiliates, and the sides are willing to change, and the Movement Charter is going to lay out how that's going to happen.
So this is very important that we agree on one set of fair rules. How we organize ourselves, how we cooperate, how we share responsibilities and resources, how we support each other, and how we hold each other accountable.
So the process of drafting the Movement Charter, it should go by different stages. We should draft it first, then review it with the community, then fix any missing stuff, review any other stuff, add, remove, then review it again. So iterations, so many iterations.
We hope the Movement Charter to be ready for ratification after the summer of 2023, but it all will depend on your feedback.
Thank you for your time. We look forward to talking with you to build a stronger movement together.
Is Carl back?
Yeah, I'm here.
Great. And I think we're going to move to Manav for the presentation on our current work.
Hello. I'm Manafreed, and I'm going to walk you through the updates that we have in regards to the work that we have done so far, and also how we have planned to take this work forward. So yeah, so as all my fellow committee members have shared in the video that you saw earlier, we believe that this is going to be a charter for the movement for our next generation. Next slide, please. So yeah, so currently, like we are, you can see the names of all the people who represent different regions, different languages and projects on the committee. We are being supported by 3 staff liaisons at the time, Abadnu and Carol, who are also joining us today for this session. We also have Board of Trustee liaisons joining us and bringing their expertise and all the experience that they have acquired over the years of their association with the movement. Next slide. So here you can see there are 2 sections. The first is subcommittees and the next one is the drafting groups. Subcommittees are the committees that we have formed within MCDC to support the workflows. So the first one is the communication subcommittee, and their primary responsibility is to actually plan and design engagements with stakeholders. The research subcommittee is entirely working on identifying the work that has already been done by different stakeholders in the movement and also by the committees and the teams outside the movement, and to actually bring that information to the relevant drafting groups. The drafting groups are the teams that have been formed to work on certain sections of the charter. As of now, we are focusing on 3 primary subjects. These are values and principles, preamble, and rules and responsibilities. So we have all shared this responsibility among ourselves. You'll get to see like who's on this committee in the next slides. Next slide, please. From all the discussions that we've had so far, there are key content agreements that we have within the committee. The first is that it should be, the movement charter should be a concise, high-level document. And we have also agreed that in order to keep it concise, it's important for us to actually focus on appendices to address all sorts of information and relevant details there. We are also going to focus on definition and preamble. That is going to be the first content of the movement charter. And then the fourth one is enforcing, that the charter should include clear mechanisms of enforcing the content. Next slide, please. So yeah, so we met at Berlin for our first in-person meeting, and in that meeting, we were able to finalize the content outline of the charter. So these are going to be the definite sections of the charter. The first, as I mentioned earlier, is going to be preamble. The second section is values, principles, and policies. And the third one is going to be definition. The fourth section will be global council. And definitely we are going to segregate information in 2 sections within that larger umbrella of global council, which will address 2 specific roles, like roles and responsibilities, and the other segment would be entirely on decision making. Apart from that, we'll have a section dealing with amendments and implementations, because there's a lot of effort, energy, and time that is going into drafting this charter and being vigilant of how exhausting and tiring this process is and how much resources go into supporting the process. We are vigilantly observing the changes that the movement might require with the evolving affiliates and evolving projects. We are adding this section to address all those changes as they appear in future. The last section is appendices and glossary, where we're going to outline the key content and definitions. Next slide. So this is something that Communications Subcommittee has worked on. We have defined a stakeholder engagement plan, which is not public as of now. We are going to be talking more about this during the Wikimedia Summit and in our future communications. We have one public email address where you can reach out to us with your questions or with any kind of work that you have done with your organization or as individual contributors to the movement. You can share that work with
we want to apologize so much for the interruption. The delay from the Wikimedia of the Year interrupted the recording, and unfortunately, Gabriel had to drop off because of the moment. We will make sure that his experience is captured in the Wiki for Human Rights and Wikimedians for Sustainable Development Telegram channels, and I'm so sorry for that. It's really important that we have these regional communities that are involved in the campaign, and especially as Gabriel was saying, both there are some systematic gaps in languages like Spanish that are best addressed by platforms like Wikipedia. We've seen this with the Arabic and French and other communities that have participated in non-English languages as well, that the climate and environmental topics really do need coverage in these other spaces. So because we're presenting and sharing the campaign, and we'll make sure this video is circulated, we just wanted to share out what exactly is coming up for the next part of this Topics for Impact focus on sustainability. And we'll share just briefly that and how that is working. So we are going to be running an experimental training for organizers of campaigns in the Wikimedia movement in response to the Topics for Impact recommendation. What we've learned from the Wiki for Human Rights campaign is that these thematic topic call to actions are really impactful for the Wikimedia movement. As Ruby and all of our local organizers have said, it brings in new and different communities into the movement. And it's really important that we kind of create space for that. We are going to be launching an experimental course this year for 30 plus organizers who have experience running campaign activities in the movement, where we will be talking through how to design a campaign from scratch. The goal is not only to have more prepared organizers for the Wiki for Human Rights Earth Day campaign window around the topic of sustainability and climate, but also to give you the skills and insight required to apply that same structure to other topics. And so we're really excited for this. The hope is to have a regular capacity building opportunity for organizers interested in campaigns. We'll be announcing that soon. Keep an eye out for announcements in the Telegram channels and other spaces. Additionally, there's 2 campaign cycles that are relevant to this theme. Both the African Knowledge Initiative campaigns that were recently announced by Felix on the African Wikimedians mailing list, with the Wikipedia residents, Ceslaus, who is a wonderful organizer of Wiki Loves Africa and other campaigns, and they're going to be doing other interventions around youth, environment, and Africa Day. And we will be doing a Earth Day campaign cycle again that will include the Wiki for Human Rights topics, but also other sustainability topics. So keep an eye out for that announcement. We'll be next in those on the channels we've used so far. Additionally, because the Wikimedia movement is one of the big open communities working on climate, I wanted to highlight a grant that was given to the Open Climate Community Group. This is a group hosted by Open Environmental Data and Appropedia, who are allies of the Wikimedia movement. They are going to be announcing fellowships for organizers in the Wikimedia movement who want to connect with other people in other parts of the open movement around climate and sustainability. The collaborations are designed to be take the open movement's values and kind of connect them to the climate movement and the moment we're in now. If you want to follow more, you can go to Appropedia and the Open Climate page. And lastly, we want to keep you involved. There are 2 Telegram channels where we share all the updates about the sustainability work. The specific to the Wiki for Human Rights campaign Telegram channel and the Wikimedians for Sustainable Development one. Both of these have opportunities. And like the role that Ruby played this year, Michelle the year before, we have another organizing fellow role for this year. Part of the goal of the campaign is to rotate coordination of the campaign amongst different organizers within the Wikimedia movement to give them an opportunity to network and learn how to design these campaigns. As Ruby was saying, it's a really important opportunity for development and learning, and it gives you a really neat chance to dive deep and then go back into your part of the movement and use those skills. So apologies for the disruption in the session, and it's really, I hope, the next part of the program is able to continue, and we're really excited that we get to see. So I will be sharing links to these opportunities in the various Telegram channels, and it's really exciting. And thank you, Michelle, Ruby, and Given Sola for hanging in there and trying to come back. I realize that when presentations are disrupted, it's always challenging. So lots of appreciation for everyone involved. The 40 community events, the 700 participants only happens when we pull together as a movement to address topics for impact. And this is the future that movement strategy and other parts of the movement strategy wants us to go in. So I'm excited for this, and we hope we can keep learning together on how to do this better each year. So thank you. And if you have questions, please reach out to us in the Telegram groups. And again, because of the disruption, I don't expect very many people to be in the chat. And we hope we can connect more. If you have questions in the Etherpad, I will try to answer them, but otherwise, please connect with us in the Telegram groups. And
I must say that you had a wonderful tour.
So, Alex, are you done with this question?
I am, yeah.
So,
Oh, and we still have some people. So if you have questions, feel free to drop them in the chat. We can respond to it. Just discovered that there are folks still hanging out. We can definitely respond to those or the Etherpad.
David. I must say that we had a wonderful 2-day event. We've seen students come across and come from different parts of Accra joining us for the Wiki for Human Rights campaign. It was insightful. We learned, we talked about Wikipedia, they learned about Wikipedia, and most of them, this was the first time they heard that they could actually edit on Wikipedia. So these are youth who are passionate about climate change, and so they are looking forward to contribute their quota in helping to bridge the content gap on the web about climate change information from Ghana and Africa. Hi, my name is Ruby Damishipam, fellow at the Wikimedia Foundation for the Wiki for Human Rights campaign. One thing I learned from this workshop is you don't have to be a professional to publish your stuff. The little you can do, edit a word, add a meaning, add an explanation to something, and then it goes a long way. And also, we should try as much as possible to publish every little thing that happens in our environment to put our country, Ghana, and Africa on the map. Hi everyone, my name is Ivanality from the Wiki for Human Rights workshop.
This program has really been a quintessentially insightful one. I've been well equipped with more knowledge as to how climate change is changing the world and how I can contribute to my quota to the development that is associated with climate change. With education I had on the use of the Wikimedia platform, I believe I'm well equipped to contribute my quota adequately to the global scope of how we are tackling the climate change issue. Hello, my name is Emmanuel Abich, organized by the Wiki for Human Rights, and as well I'm a member of YCT Ghana. I am here to share my experience of the workshop that I attended. The first thing I learned was the ability to edit from Wikipedia and also help write our own story to help develop the country.
Hi everybody, my name is Sarah from Wiki for Human Rights Workshop. So I joined this 2-day workshop and I learned a lot, particularly how to edit for the edits on issues relating to the environment and climate change. Initially, I came with some very funny perceptions about Wikipedia, but I've been really enlightened that it's more than just editing things, but then you do much, like you can actually reference everything, and it's very, and it's the sources are really credible as well. So I've been really impacted, and I hope to benefit the community and the campus, the ground campus when I go back. Thank you very much.
So I'm going to play the community video as well. So this in. There's one live video, and let me check the screen. I don't know if you see my screen. You see it?
It's not coming through completely correctly.
Can you hear me? Okay, just a moment.
For some reason, the screen share is not working on the video. I think the...
Like to you, Alex.
Okay. Sorry. It is a little bit challenging. We're not getting a proper... We're not getting a proper screen share in the audio. Yeah, were there any other questions or observations we wanted to capture on video before? Well, I think we will cede the floor because of the complexities that happened here. And I'm so sorry. I did answer a question in the chat about the Wikimedia Foundation's position on remuneration and stuff. The place to look for information about our human rights positions, about how the foundation supports human rights, is through the Human Rights Impact Assessment and the other parts of the other part of the organization that is focused on human rights. You can ask specific questions there on the talk page. My team is not a policy team, but it is a organizing team, and so we aren't the primary stakeholders. Cool.
Where involved in the fights against this little narrative on media, getting to that African mentality.
It was a nice training and a lot of experience. Like I learned how to do my own things, like creating an article, editing an article. That was so fun.
Bueno, un aspecto que
es muy crucial es que la crisis ambiental actual tiene un efecto muy fuerte sobre la biodiversidad. La biodiversidad constituye toda la variedad de especies, plantas, animales, otras cosas que no se ven en nuestros ecosistemas y que es necesario conocerlas para poder protegerlas. Por lo tanto, en Wikipedia, sumando a esa biodiversidad, permite que todos nos conozcamos más y podamos apreciarlas y cuidarlas.
Well, I think I'm gonna suggest we stop the session because we don't have any more questions and the video playback is not working very well. So. Cool. And there's
Hello, my name is Daria Cybulska. I'm the Director of Programs at Wikimedia UK, and I'll be presenting research that I did last year with my colleague Agnes Brusik. The aim of this short session is to present a broad narrative that could be used for advocacy for our work, and it connects Wikimedia activities with digital skills and civil society. I hope it can also be a inspiration for other groups, affiliates, of how to pick ideas for research based on your strategic framework. So let's start the slides. So this is just a 15-minute session. I'm not sure I'll have questions, time for questions, but do feel free to drop them in the Etherpad or on the chat, or contact me. The details are on the slide. If you follow the QR code, it will send you to my slides as well, so you can copy content from there if you like. I'm very mindful this is almost the end of the conference, so many thanks for joining, and thank you for your attention. Next slide. So let me start with the conclusion of the research, the sort of top line that we arrived at. Our research showed that Wikimedia programs teach participants information literacy, and that higher information literacy can significantly increase citizen engagement in democratic processes, meaning if you have higher information literacy, it makes you a more active, engaged citizen. In the full research, we've done a lot of analysis and kind of explaining terms such as information literacy, various literacy frameworks, democracy. I won't get into all of that, but just for this presentation, I want to explain one key term. For me, civil society means all the activities of citizens in which they take collective action for social good, independently of government or business. Next slide. For a little bit of background of how I arrived at working on this. I work at Wikimedia UK, and my inspiration is our strategic framework, which is a vision of a more informed, democratic, and equitable society through open knowledge. The mission is to enable people to engage with open knowledge and access reliable information to be more, to have more understanding of the world and make good decisions. And we also have a number of long-term outcomes, of which the important ones are that Wikimedia reflects our diverse society, that our work has increased free, ethical access to knowledge, and that our work has supported the development of high levels of information literacy. And for me, as a program director, I think about designing activities, programs that speak to this strategy. And so I was thinking, how can I show that our work is supporting information literacy, and that in turn it creates a more equitable democratic society? So that was my sort of impetus to look at this. And next slide. And the other thing is the global context, really, of the shrinking civil society space, meaning that it seems that there's fewer and fewer spaces where citizens can develop and practice key civic skills, such as collaboration, self-representation, work within diversity and difference of opinion. And I think our work provides that sort of a space, which means that it's quite important we can continue talking about it and continue protecting and offering that space. So Onto the research itself. Next slide. And just to say, when I say research, we did a lot of desk analysis, analyzing materials, papers that have been done so far, and a lot of interviews with participants of Wikimedia case programs. And through all of this, we concluded that we can evidence that participating in Wikimedia programs increases information literacy. And when I say Wikimedia programs, is any sort of typical activities that we do, like editing training, editathons, explaining Wikimedia ecosystem to others, essentially getting them to participate. So the key elements of information literacy that we've focused on, and I'll talk you through those 4 elements. The first one is understanding content, meaning ideas, opinions, facts, and where that content comes from. So evaluating the trustworthiness of information, verifying the information, so finding the original source, fact-checking, checking against other information. So that's the first area. Second is applying critical thinking skills, analyzing, detecting bias, evaluating, synthesizing, and reflecting on the impact of false information on society. Then there is using collaborative and group learning skills, like communication, problem solving, teamwork, and lastly, encouraging civic disposition, which is a big phrase, but it means things like respecting diversity of opinion or taking personal responsibility for your behavior online. And I'm sure you can see as I talk through those areas that participating in wiki editing or learning those skills hit all 4 of those areas. Like anybody who is participating in a wiki editing training would develop information literacy skills based on how our project is structured. So that's the first area, like our work builds information literacy skills. And then onto the second area, next slide, we can also evidence that our work helps strengthen civil society and democratic processes. And again, we've identified 4 areas in which this happens. The first is that Wikimedia overall provides open and free access to information. We facilitate capturing and sharing of historical and cultural memory. And this is particularly important when we capture knowledge that has been underrepresented, which means that we can redress the imbalance of representation of marginalized groups. Second, like we said already, our work improves information literacy skills. This can help fight mis and disinformation, and through that work against systemic bias, which then means we can build more tolerance and cultural understanding across diverse groups. Then we can encourage volunteering. Working on Wikimedia provides opportunity for anybody to self-organize, self-represent, learn useful skills, become active members of democratic society. And then lastly, we provide accessible collaborative infrastructure. This point's a little meta, but what I mean is that our programs are delivered within the Wikimedia ecosystem, which uses collaborative tools and draws on consensus-based community decision-making process. And so when participants, learners, editors participate and use that system, they gain direct experience of navigating that sort of community decision-making process, participation online, which means that they build civic engagement skills for Wiki, but also skills that can be used elsewhere. I think those 4 areas are useful for anybody, for any groups, but I think they're particularly important for marginalized groups. When we did interviews for this research, we talked to some refugee groups, and they said that participating on Wikimedia and sharing their content gives them opportunity to maintain cultural identity and share something, self-represent in a way that wouldn't be possible otherwise, which I think is very powerful. Now, this is in an ideal Wikimedia world, I guess, where we've reached knowledge equity and our community is particularly inviting to those groups. But the hope is there. And so next slide. So this is the core of the argument, and at Wikimedia UK we've been thinking about how to use that for our advocacy work essentially, and we came up with a number of recommendations that we're going to be using. So those recommendations are that we recommend that definitions of information literacy at a national level promote the importance of information literacy for democratic participation, that the culture of that democratic participation is embedded in formal education curricula, because we found that it's not always included and we think it's important. And Wikimedia could be used as a way of demonstrating that process of civic engagement. We recommend that information literacy resources from Wikimedia are harnessed in education programs, because we, on our projects, not only have a lot of educational content as such, but also a lot of information and knowledge about information literacy itself, like referencing, citations, verifiability, reliability, and so on. We also came up with a number of recommendations for our partner organizations, because a lot of our work is done in partnership with cultural or educational organizations. And those are that organizations should organize wiki volunteering activities as a way of promoting civic engagement. And that can be prompting civic engagement both online and offline as well, actually. We also recommend that the organization support marginalized groups to harness the skills gained through any wiki training, so they can learn how to share their cultural heritage, self-organize, self-represent, and develop any other skills that can help them become members of a democratic society. And then lastly, that the organizations support citizens to tackle systemic biases on Wikipedia, so that the project more accurately reflects our society. So to put the research and the conclusion of it in another way, participating in Wikimedia projects can facilitate a spirit of working together towards a common good, of the goal of free knowledge for all. It can facilitate collaboration with others, activism, which in the long run encourages and empowers civil society. And this can go some way, I hope, to realize the Wikimedia UK vision of a more informed, democratic, and equitable civil society. And so on to the last slide. So that's all I have. The QR code on the slide sends you to a PDF with a summary of the research, and so does this short link. But in a few weeks' time, I'll have a full publication that will be nicely designed, that can be shared with people. So if this is of interest, please get in touch with me or watch this space. I'll be sure to promote the research when the publication is ready. So I think we're at time. I'm having a quick look at the Etherpad, but I'm not seeing anything there. I will have a look at the chat as well, which is busy, but I think I'll have a look at that in a second and respond the best I can once we've concluded the session. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Day 4. We made it through.
This meeting is being recorded.
Okay. We made it through the end of day 4 of Wikimania 2022, the hybrid edition. Well, I am incredibly proud and honored to have been part of this team to make Wikimania come to life. I am incredibly proud of our COT this year. Thank you to everyone, all the volunteers that have supported Wikimania throughout these days, in any role, in any capacity. We could not have done this without you. Thank you to all our presenters that had some patience with us on day 1 and remained patient throughout the days. But we made it, y'all. I hope it was a fun experience. I hope you learned a lot. I hope you danced. I hope you sang a little bit. I also want to thank my colleagues in the Movement Communications team. Y'all are fantastic. Y'all rock. And yeah, I will see you all in 2023, Singapore, in case you have missed it. We're going to Singapore. And yes, thank you. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for spending time with us in odd hours of the day. Thank you for spending time with the wider movement. I can't be any happier for this to be one of the most inclusive Wikimanias ever. We have offered 13 languages through live interpretation this year. I think we've set a new standard for Wikimania. And I'm just so proud to be part of this global, diverse movement. Alfego?
Yeah, I think you can hear me well now. We just got off from the global dance-off, so that was really fun seeing a lot of you dance. And I just wanted to actually jump in. I think Joel has started off with some thanks, but I'd love to reiterate that for the core organizing team. They were just amazing to work with, and really they put in so many hours and brain power to bring Wikimania to life this year, and just really excited at the results. But with that, I actually would love for them to kind of also give their last words and jump in as they'd like. I see Nanor's reacting. Nanor, would you like to jump in?
Actually, the heart that I used to show to you during the meetings is not. It's a little bit far from me, so just give this heart from here. So happy to be a part of this. I don't know where these 6 months and all these meetings and hours went so fast, and happy to be part of this. And I hope that everyone enjoy it as I did, and see you on 2023. Thank you.
Anyone else from the COT want to jump in, give some words, or anyone else from the team as well? Feel free to jump in. Omar, go ahead.
Thank you, Alfego. Well, many thanks to everyone for their active participation, to the speakers, to the volunteers who were being involved. There is a long list to the Wikimedia Foundation staff, and of course, most all thanks to my fellow COT members, and through 2022, we share and exchange different point of views, and well, I look forward to Wikimania 2023, Singapore, with eagerness.
Thank you, Omar. Opening it up for anyone else from the COT or from staff, and then as well, if any attendee wants to jump in as well and give some words. And then we can call Wikimania 2022, sorry, a wrap. Mayor, go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Alfago. Hi, everyone. This is Mayur. I'm the Director of Movement Communications. I really wanted to take a moment to thank the core organizing team. I don't know if everyone, we have a lot of newcomers this year, knows this, like hours and hours of kind of volunteer labor goes into delivering a Wikipedia. These people are working, so hard to pull together an event for all of us that get to kind of come to it and to enjoy it. And so I just really want to celebrate the volunteers, behind pulling this together, from coming up with the idea of a session of a Wikimedia that welcomes newcomers. And Nanur has this amazing story that you should all make her tell you about her first Wikimania and how someone told her that it's not meant for newcomers, and how years later she's kind of come together to put out a Wikimedia that's specifically for newcomers. And everyone in the COT, has similar stories of kind of how they've come to pull off an event like this. So I just really want to celebrate them, and also want to celebrate so many volunteers, from kind of people who offered to volunteer for trust and safety, people who were kind of on the Wikimania wiki, changing the program as we went along. We had tech issues and people would help change the program on the wiki. All these things, it's not else, it's Wikimedians. So thank you, all of you.
All right, we'll take two more. Whoever would like to speak. I think I see someone, M. Kabir, I believe. You can go right ahead. All right, we can't hear you, but if anyone else would like to jump in with some last words before we let each other go and generate excitement for Singapore 2023.
I can say something, Alfego. Sorry, I can see the option for raising hands. So I'm really glad that this is my second Wikimania. My first was 2021, and I was part of the 2021 co-organizing team. And I got to experience the 2022 Wikimania as staff. But I'm looking forward to experiencing the 2023 Wikimania, which is an in-person event. And I know many newcomers like myself are also looking forward to that, just to get a feel of what Wikimania was like, or rather what it's been like and what it's going to be like. So I'm excited about that, and I'm really grateful, and I want to acknowledge all the effort that I've seen go into making Wikimania what it is, from the COT members, from all the volunteers, from staff. You guys rock. You guys rock. You are the unsung heroes that people hardly see. There's so much work that goes behind the scenes. Yeah, and I'm so proud of you all. So see you in Singapore.
Thanks so much, Winnie. Anyone else would like to jump in about their experience or anything you'd like to close off Wikimania 2022 with? Anthony, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Alfredo. I'd like to thank everyone for participating in Wikimania 2022. It was really amazing to see that some of you have joined the conference, even on the hours that are really night in your scenarios or in your areas that you are coming from, but still you enjoyed and you were there with us. So I really want to appreciate for that. Also, inshallah, they say, see you on Wikimania 2023. Thank you. Na asanteni sana.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much, Anthony. I think, Mikael, with your hand raised. Go ahead.
Yes, just before I say my words, confirming that you hear me. Yes? Perfect. I know there were a lot of interesting talks, a lot of technical talks as well for the wiki editors. Those were fantastic. But above all, I want to make it short. I don't want to repeat anything, but during this Wikimania, I've encountered a lot of people with great hearts, and that's the most lovely thing above all. And in the last DJ set, we saw people dancing, having fun, and above all, reuniting. So it's a great space for, come side and get to know one another. So thank you. And the COT members, they spread, of course, a lot of knowledge, a lot of involvement, a lot of hours. You have no idea how much hours they spend. But above all, and I've been saying this word a lot, above all, a good heart. So thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Miguel. Anyone else would like to jump in? If not, we can close off for this year.
It seems like that was it, Elfigo. That's a wrap, everyone. See you all in Singapore. Bye-bye, everyone.
Thanks so much, everyone. Enjoy.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. See
Bye.
you in Singapore.
Thank you so
Bye.
much. Thank
Bye.
you.
See you in Singapore.
Bye.
Bye. Bye. Bye. Bye.